Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public hearing regular governing board meeting of the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board for September 27th, 2022. Let the record reflect it is now 5:08 p.m. and the meeting is in order. Let the record further reflect that we do have present in the governing board room today governing board member Ms. Ana Lynn Abathia, our Vice President, Mr. Pedro Lopez, and myself, President Marissa Hernandez. Did Ms. Garcia call in? We also have, Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. We also have participating telephonically, Ms. Denise Garcia, governing board member. All right. And so we have our Pledge of Allegiance. This evening, leading us will be our Justine Spitolny STEAM scholars. We do have a video, and when the video begins, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you to our scholars at Justine Spitolny STEAM School for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. They did a great job. All right, moving on to item 3, I'd like to make a motion for adoption of tonight's agenda as presented at the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board Public Hearing Regular Governing Board Meeting for September 27th, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And just for the record purposes, I'd like to state that Governing Board Member Ms. Lydia Hernandez is now present in the boardroom, and it is 5:10 p.m. Thank you. So we do have a motion and we have a second, so we'll do our roll call vote. Ms. Hernandez, we're voting on the agenda. How do you vote? Thank you. Ms. Abathia, Governing Board Member, how do you vote? You just turn it on. Yes.
I guess it's on. I vote aye.
Thank you. Governing Board Vice President, Mr. Pedro Lopez?
Aye.
Thank you. I vote aye as well, and the motion carries. We have an adopted agenda for this evening's meeting. Thank you. All right. So a very exciting moment in our board meeting is item number 4. We have our very special guest this evening. Our very first guest for introduction is our scholar representative.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Jennifer Sarmiento. I'm from Honduras and I come here to represent Raul H. Castro, Academy of Fine Arts. It is an honor to be here. I am honored and so proud of myself for being here. And I hope that I can make things happen and be a great leader and show that I show what I can do. It's nice to see you all here.
All right, thank you. We also have our principal representative here this evening, Ms. Teresa Trujillo.
Good evening, everyone. President Hernandez, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, the executive team, and all of our board members. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm very proud of Jennifer, and she's a wonderful representative of Raul H. Castro. And for everyone in the audience or at home Zooming, I am Teresa Trujillo, the principal of Raul H. Castro, the Academy of Fine Arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. All right. We also have our Cartwright Education Association representative, who just happens to be the president, Miss Melanie Cobos. Do you want to come up to the mic and introduce yourself, Miss Cobos?
There, is that better?
Perfect. Good evening, President Hernandez, governing board members and admin team, Dr. Lawler Aguilar. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And for those who are at home, my name is Melanie Cobos. I'm your CEA president, and I look forward to continue on with our great school year. And I'm happy, and I want to personally thank real quickly, thank you to the negotiations team and for the hard work and for the opportunity to negotiate for our salaries and raises. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, and that moves us on to our public hearing portion of the meeting. Item 1 is our 2021-2022 Bond and Override Report presented by Ms. Victoria Farrar.
Good evening, everyone. As required by statute, the board needs to be informed, as well as the public needs to be informed of how we've spent all of our bond funds and override funds. So that's this presentation. So in fiscal 22, we've done our best to spend money across all schools. I know that we have two major projects, two gyms, one gym at Downs and the other at Charles W. Harris, but we really have done our best to make sure that all schools have received benefit from the bond funds, and that will be ongoing until all of the bonds funds are spent within the next 2 to 3 years. So at Cartwright, just under 280,000, Palm Lane 1.1 million. All the way to, you'll see that we spent some money on the child care. Harrison is the 3.7 is for the gym. Now, this doesn't mean that these projects are completed. This just means what we spent last fiscal year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. This does not represent the full cost of all those projects at the schools. Now, Dr. Madrano was so kind to send me some photographs for this presentation. These are some of the projects that we have done, photographs. This is Desert Sands office remodel. One of our major projects, the ongoing gym construction at Glen L. Downs. Holiday Park's bus loop. Now, we've all experienced high traffic, when we're picking up and pick up and drop off times, but we've really tried to work with architects and contractors to make sure that we provide safe ingress and egress in and out of the schools. Part of that is this project at Holiday Park, and you'll also notice that there is some wrought iron fencing. The fencing was a project that was not initially planned when the bonds were sold for the first year in 2021, but because of safety concerns, we pushed that to the top of the priority list for all schools to make sure all schools have safety perimeter fencing. And that's a photograph of it right there. Here's another major work in progress, the gym at Charles W. Harris. And a pickup and drop off extension at Cartwright School. I know everybody knows how much of a nightmare it was on 59th Avenue and Thomas during pickup and drop off times at Cartwright School. This alleviated that issue of cars being parked and stopped in the right lane on 59th Avenue, which is a very serious safety hazard. So now that project is complete. Now, some of the fun things for scholars, some basketball court improvements, athletic field upgrades, particularly at Desert Sands right now. Outdoor learning spaces. One of the things that we learned from COVID is we really needed a safe and inviting outdoor space for all of our scholars to be comfortable outside and have a really good learning environment. So we really committed to improving and creating additional outdoor learning spaces. And something else that we're very happy to report, all of the schools, as of right now, the general education classrooms, the other classrooms are forthcoming, they're all receiving brand new furniture. The furniture that all of our schools had was 50 plus years old, and that was certainly not adequate to take care of all of our scholars. We wanted to make sure that they have a warm, inviting 21st and 22nd century learning space to collaborate, to be able to move around. And this also included television displays like you see here in all of the classrooms. Now we also have a voter-approved override. So what is that? That is an additional amount over our set budget, the basic budget, that the voters are authorized to approve, and we pretty much take it to the voters once every 4 years. What we've spent on our override is one major thing, full-day kindergarten. The state no longer funds full-day kindergarten, but we pay for full-day kindergarten at all of our campuses using these funds, as well as the special areas, music, art, instruction, instrumental music, art, and instructional materials. Those are the headphones, some of the headphones that we've bought and we have to replace because the ones that we had in COVID, they have to be replaced. So just making sure that we keep on top of all of our 21st, 22nd century learning materials. That's just under 250,000. The class size reduction, full day kindergarten is about 12.5 million. And that is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farrar. So this is the point in our meeting that we would call for public comment, questions, discussion concerning the bond and override report. Do we have any call to publics for the public hearing portion? Any questions or discussion from the board before we move forward? All right. Seeing none. It's on the.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience and those watching. Just a question, and I've asked this before, but just for the purposes because we are discussing the bond override, and in general, I mean, this is going to be something new for a lot of people because we always see the signs, but we don't know exactly, what that means. And you showed us a lot of pictures up there with the with all the changes, construction, new construction, building upgrades that we've done over. This covers the past year, right? And could you please, I know in the past I've asked, I've always been concerned. It doesn't matter what time of the year, when we've been discussing it before, after previous administrations. But I've always asked to inquire as to especially during pandemic time, and the fact that we've struggled with our enrollment and that we are not at a capacity where we used to be. But the rationale behind if you could share a little bit more about the rationale behind the renovations and how we spent the money, just a little bit of the rationale so that we, have that open for any questions.
Thank you, Board President, Board Member Lydia Hernandez, special guest, Ms. Jennifer, my team, audience. That is a very good question. Last year during our strategic planning, we had this wonderful presentation from all the listening tours of, obviously we have a lot, as you say, a lot of things to do, but our enrollment's going down. So we really gathered everyone's ideas and suggestions, had our strategic planning, shared what we were going to do. Pandemic happened, and the shift of the bond and override money bond money, went from building gyms to safety initiatives. And so at our November Governing Board Strategic Planning session with principals and assistant principals, we're going to be sharing an update on the bond projects, and we can certainly bring some of the override updates as well. So the Governing Board has an opportunity to hear the whys and where we are and how we have to actually change some of our priorities due to the pandemic, rise in prices, declining enrollment, and things of that nature.
Thank you, Dr. Lawler, Madam President, Executive Team. This is not, and I just want, for those that are new to attending our meetings, this is not anything new that I've asked. I think periodically and over the last few years, I've always questioned. So it's not out of the ordinary. I just wanted an opportunity because we are discussing the bond override. I know I've gotten a lot of calls questioning, whether property taxes are going to be going up and not. And we've had that discussion at other board meetings previously as well. I just wanted to make sure that we have an opportunity to share that rationale with, with the general community. Thank you so much.
Ms. Hernandez, for your questions. Is there any other discussion before we move forward? All right, that will be the end of our public hearing. Let the record reflect it is 5:24 p.m. and we are now moving into our regular session. Before we move forward in our regular meeting, the board would like to take a moment to have a moment of silence for Ms. Hernandez having lost her father. So if everyone would please join us in a quick moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item E. It is our Cartwright School District number 83 Award of Excellence. And this will be presented by Mr. Victor Hugo Rodriguez.
One, two. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, Governing Board members, Executive Team, and those in the audience and on YouTube. I'm honored to present the Cartwright Award of Excellence to Angela Herrera and our SRO, Juan Pollen. Officer Juan Pollen was nominated by the principal at Estrella Middle School because of the great relationship he developed with our community. Our students and safety are his number one priority. He has built an amazing relationship with the staff, students, and community. So when Angela and a group of friends were walking home through El Oso Park, they were confronted by a stranger with a firearm. But because of the great relationship between students and our SRO, Angela came into school the following day and told Officer Pollen everything that had happened. She exhibited such courage with reporting the incident, and due to the detailed description, the suspect was apprehended by Officer Pollen and other police officers. So for their contributions to make Cartwright a better place, they received tonight the Award of Excellence. If you can please come forward. And I'm also going to ask members of the board if they can join us for a picture.
And of course, thank you to Officer Juan Poland and our 8th grade scholar, Angela Herrera, for their incredible efforts to keeping our Cartwright community safe. Thank you. Moving on to our next item, it is call to the public. Consideration and possible discussion of comments and complaints from the public. The governing board will not take any legal action on matters raised during this portion of the meeting unless the comments and complaints pertain to items included on the agenda. A 3-minute time limit is set, and all are asked to adhere to this limit. Time allotments are for each individual comment and may not be transferred. The governing board may direct staff to study matters raised by the public or to reschedule those matters for future consideration, discussion, and possible action at a later date. Thank you. All right. Our very first call to the public this evening is from our very own Valeria Espinoza. Come on up, Miss Espinoza.
Thank you, Ms. President Hernandez and Governing Board Executive Team. Thank you for having me here tonight. So I want to take this opportunity to address you all tonight, and I invite you to hear from different education support behind me today. And they have serious concerns that they would like to share with the Governing Board. As the CEA ESP Director, I've been privy to their stories that revolve around their safety, their respect, and their dignity in the cafeterias. During the pandemic, our food service employees were tasked with providing our entire community, not just Cartwright students, but our entire community food services. They gracefully fed the community during the entire pandemic and continue to provide these meals during the summer without the opportunity for hazard pay. The district asked these professionals to risk their safety and their health to ensure that our students had access to meals that they would not get without this school district support. For our food service workers, dignity, respect, and safety are principles that they drive their daily stride. For them, it has been difficult to feel respected when a third-party company, in this case, SFE, has been brought in to manage their cafeterias. Recently, within the last 24 hours, the district has finally allowed Cartwright employees the opportunity to apply for managerial positions within our district. Previously, one would have to leave this district and their benefits behind to apply for these positions. Our employees want an equitable process and the opportunity to fill the vacant positions by Cartwright employees only. These employees deserve the utmost dignity when being given pay increases, and they have been doing fantastic work for this community. These employees are part of the community that drives the school district. They are students, they have students here. They are mothers, their aunts, their uncles, their siblings, their cousins. They have a stake and investment in this community. They deserve the dignity to be paid like they are part of the Cartwright familia, and they deserve more than 50 cents. Our cafeteria staff is hustling to meet the demands of the kitchen model. Even when being short-staffed, many have been burned. Our employees will carry scars with them for the rest of their lives. All of that could have been prevented if only adequate staffing, equipment, and safety precautions were taken into account. Employees have been reported being burned, mental and physical exhaustion, and are still choosing to stay here with Cartwright when they could go elsewhere and make more money. But they stay here because they have that stake. They have a community here. And I believe their safety should have been in consideration with every step taken before moving forward with SFE to manage our employees. The Cartwright Food Services Department wants to be given the opportunity to prove that they can provide our students with the nutritious items that they deserve. If given access to proper tools, they will be able to prove to the district that they are capable of what SFE was brought in to do, but they will do it with equality, respect, safety, and dignity. I'm asking you, and they are all asking you today, as the school board, to call a meeting by October 3rd to modify or terminate the contract with SFE with an executive session. And lastly, I just want to present to you all, I have pictures here, images of our staff members where they've been burnt and their injuries. And I want to give it to you all so you have record that this is not coming just from me, but we have evidence. And I appreciate you all for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. All right, our next speaker this evening is Linda Parra.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Linda Parra. Soy empleada de Cartwright desde hace 7 años. Y el día de hoy estoy aquí para hablarles sobre mí y sobre mis compañeras. Estamos pidiendo que respeten nuestros años de antigüedad y que no le permitan a ninguna compañía como SFE que venga a traer empleadas nuevas con goce de más horas, cuando habemos empleadas que tenemos años esperando por esta oportunidad y se nos ha negado. Todas llegamos a este trabajo porque nos gusta y con la esperanza de avanzar y de obtener nuestros beneficios. Y me atrevo a hablar por todas mis compañeras que queremos que respeten nuestros años de antigüedad, que nos permitan avanzar, que no le permitan a esta compañía que pase por encima de nosotros, para que podamos seguir trabajando conformes y seguras, que nuestro trabajo no esté en peligro, porque todas estamos por un motivo, todas dependemos de ese trabajo. Y no queremos cambiar de trabajo, pero tampoco queremos que venga una compañía nueva a imponernos tanto trabajo en exceso y que no consideren justo darnos más tiempo, solo más trabajo. Gracias.
It says, I'm here to ask for more hours. This company is bringing new employees with more hours. They are being disrespectful to us, not just to me, but to me and to my coworkers. We have been here for many years. We have been looking to advance in our employment, to have benefits. I am sure that there's a lot of employees that deserve to have a salary increase and to have more hours with benefits. I am asking to eliminate this company or to get rid of this company so we could continue working happy and safe, because this has not been demonstrated since the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you, Alma, for translating. Our next call to the public is Alma Wise Silva.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por este tiempo para dejar expresarme a mí y a algunas de mis compañeras.
Good evening. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and express myself and my coworkers.
Yo con todo respeto me dirijo hoy al señor Juan Medrano, que nos ofreció la idea de una nueva alimentación y nos aseguró el bienestar de los trabajadores, cosa que hasta ahorita no ha pasado, con exceso de trabajo.
I want to direct my comment to Dr. Medrano, who told us that, who talked to us about a new opportunity with a new company that was going to provide better food for our scholars and better job opportunities for us, and that has not happened.
Yo les agradezco mucho esta consideración y venimos a exponer lo que está pasando en las cafeterías, como ya les dije, exceso de trabajo, falta de horas para algunas compañeras, beneficios, lo cual la nueva compañía parece ser que está ofreciendo. Yo veo y muchas de mis compañeras como que nos implementaron una nueva compañía, pero sin derecho a beneficios. Yo con Cartwright, bendito Dios, gozo de mis días personales, de mis días de enfermedad, pero con la nueva compañía no va a ser así. ¿Qué nos espera a nosotros los trabajadores al no ofrecernos beneficios ni siquiera para un retiro digno?
No me va a yeah, me va a tener que repetir lo que dijo mucho. So she's feeling, so I'm going to make it a little concise. She's feeling that with the new company, some of the employees are not getting the benefits. They're getting a lot of work, but they're not being benefited. She's grateful that she is a benefited employee, and she's grateful that she has the hours. But with the new company, that's not going to happen. A lot of the employers are going to continue to have to work hard and harder, and they're going to have more work to do, but they're not going to be compensated, and they're not going to have benefits.
Sí, lo dijo muy bien. 3 cosas. Estamos exigiendo dignidad, respeto en el trabajo. El señor Medrano nos lo ofreció. No sé si está en mi derecho de exigírselo o no, pero al darme la oportunidad de hablar, pues no me podía quedar callada. 2 cosas. Exigimos que la nueva compañía se vaya y un buen aumento de salario.
So she has 3 things. They want to get...
Guys could allow us, I totally understand that you're in support, but we're on a time limit. We have a lot of important business. And while I appreciate your support, we do need to allow Alma to translate. Thank you.
So 3 things that they're asking for is dignity, and she's asking Dr. Medrano, which is something that he said was going to happen, that they want to have dignity and respect when it comes to work. They want to continue working, and they want, so the one thing that they are asking is for the company to not be part of Cartwright anymore. They want to continue working for Cartwright, but they don't want to work for the company. Se me hace que sí lo dije.
Sí, lo dijo bien. Muchas gracias por el tiempo ofrecido.
Thank you for your time.
And Madam President, regarding the translation, there were 3 items that she was saying. The last one was missed, which was the salary, attention to the salary.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez. Our next speaker is Carmen. And if Carmen could come up, there isn't a last name on the form, but we do need it. Arellano. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Venimos las 2 juntitas. Sí. Buenas tardes. Gracias por la oportunidad de expresarnos. Nosotros estamos aquí para exigir un aumento de salario, ya que con lo que ofrecen realmente no nos alcanza para nada. Los precios no están subiendo el 5%, los precios están del 25 al 30%. Vamos al doctor y nuestro copago no es el 5%. Yo tuve unos exámenes y por de copago me cobraron 500. Con el 5% no nos alcanza para nada. Mis compañeras están exigiendo más personal para que les ayuden a servir en la línea, porque solo hay una persona y es demasiadas cosas y todas estamos ayudando en todo, en mucho trabajo y realmente lo que exigimos es un aumento de salario más personal.
Déjeme decir.
Oh, ¿es mucho, verdad? Sí. Perdón.
So she is here also to ask for a salary increase. Everything is going up. The price, the cost of living, the cost of everything is going up, not by 5%, but by 25 and 30 or 30%. Even when they go to the doctor, the cost is not a 5% increase. She had to go to the doctor, and her copay was $500. They are asking for more staff because to have one person in the line is not enough. They are asking for more staff at the schools and for a salary increase.
Ustedes dicen que somos un equipo, que somos un team, que somos una familia. Entonces trátenos como su familia, sean justos, denos un salario justo, igual como se los dan para ustedes.
They are asking to be treated like the motto is, we are one team, so to be treated as one team, una familia, to be treated as part of the family, to get a pay increase that is respectful and that it's a good pay increase for them.
¿Les guste?
Gracias.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Maria Rojo. Oh, the same? Okay, thank you. Gracias. Our next speaker is Martha Coban. And for this speaker, we do need an address. So when you're done speaking, if you could see the ladies, I'll give you back your paper, and then if you can add the address. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta Cobian y les agradezco su tiempo y más que nada por escucharnos a cada uno de ustedes. Sé que su tiempo es muy, muy indispensable, pero también para nosotros es difícil estar aquí, puesto que estamos hablando por cada una de nuestras compañeras y por cada una de nuestras escuelas. Y como cada una ya ha dicho, necesitamos respeto, dignidad y sobre todo que así como ustedes o quien haya contratado a la compañía no nos tomó en cuenta, sí les exijo hoy que nos tomen en cuenta a cada una de nosotras.
My name is Marta Cobian, and I appreciate your time. I know that time is valued, and I really appreciate that. I am here to speak just like the rest of my peers. We are here because we are asking for respect, dignity, just like whoever made the decision to hire this company and didn't take us into consideration. I would like for you to now take us into consideration moving forward.
Como madre de familia, mis 4 hijos han estado estudiando aquí en Cartwright, ya 2 de ellos son universitarios y me siento un poquito de decepción por lo que está pasando. Igual les vuelvo a exigir salario para cada una de nosotras y ver el problema en que hemos estado en cuanto a la exageración de trabajo. Exijo una buena compensación para nosotros y no esto lo que están ofreciendo, porque se me hace algo indignante, que no creo que a cada uno de ustedes como representantes de la mesa directiva se les esté pagando el porcentaje que ustedes nos quieran dar para cada uno de nosotros.
As a mother, of students that were part of Cartwright or have been part of Cartwright, they are now in the university. I am asking for a salary that is not what we're getting, because I don't think the salary that the increase that is proposed is it's a good increase. I think that you as board members, if that was the increase that you guys were getting, you would not accept it. I'm asking for a salary increase because the job has increased, but the salary is not, so I'm asking for a salary increase.
So thank you for your time.
Gracias.
Y señora Marta, si puede también dar su dirección acá en la forma. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Melissa Alvarez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Melissa Álvarez, trabajo para Cartwright desde enero del presente año y me dirijo a quien corresponda en nombre mío y de mis compañeras de antaño. Exijo otorgar más horas de trabajo para los ya empleados Cartwright y no chantajear, cambiar o presionar con el lema, si quieres más horas, firma contrato con nueva compañía. Yo lo considero hostigamiento. Sueldo digno, eliminar a compañías externas al distrito para así dejar la presión y la falta de seguridad de los empleados. Respecto a SFE, está exigiendo demasiado trabajo en poco tiempo, escaso personal y sin sueldo digno. No le importa a SFE la seguridad y la alimentación. Hablo respecto a los hechos en días pasados y hasta el día de hoy. Los niños, al servirse solo su fruta o vegetal, no llevan siempre la porción adecuada. Y respecto a higiene, es una alta propagación de contaminación, virus y demás, ya que es la misma cuchara para todos los alumnos.
My name is Melissa Alvarez. I have been working for Cartwright since January of this year. I am here to address you on my behalf and that of my coworkers. I am asking for more work hours for the employees at Cartwright and to not chantajear. I don't know how to say that in blackmail. Thank you, and to not blackmail us to change. To not blackmail us to change or to pressure us with the saying, if you want more hours, then you have to go work with the new company. I believe that this is, no, I'm all confused. Hostigamiento. This is being pressured. Harassment. Thank you. I'm asking for a dignified salary. I'm asking to get rid of external companies that are not part of the district, to leave the pressure that we are having and the lack of security for the employees. When it comes to SFE, they are asking too much of us as far as work, and to do a lot of work in a short amount of time. There's not enough staff, and we do not have a dignified salary. SFE does not care about our security or the nutrition. I'm talking about our rights. In days past, from days past till now, the kids are now having to serve themselves their fruits or vegetables, and they don't take the correct portion. As far as hygiene, with the kids serving themselves, there's a high risk of contamination, viruses, because they are all using the same utensils to serve themselves.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Because after a certain amount of time when you're interpreting, your brain starts to freeze. So if there's a lot of people still, I'm going to need like a 2-minute break so I can gather my thoughts and come back. So si todavía hay muchas personas que a las que les voy a tener que reducir, necesito que me den un minuto para conectar mis pensamientos otra vez.
That was our last speaker, Alma.
All right.
Thank you. You did a great job. All right, that item is not on the agenda, so we will not be responding. Thank you. We will be moving on to item G, which is our consent agenda, and I'd like to make a motion for approval of our tonight's consent agenda as presented at the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board Public Hearing Regular Meeting for September 27th, 2022. Do I have a second? Thank you. We do have a motion made by myself, Marissa Hernandez, and a second by Governing Board Member Lydia Hernandez. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote? Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Governing Board Member Abetia, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you, Ms. Abetia. Vice President Pedro Lopez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I vote aye as well, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. I apologize. All right, we are going to move on to item H. This is our presentation and approval of district acceptance of projects, proposal awards in the amount of $50,000 to support food systems, food access, gardens, growers, active living, childhood and school health, direct education or community engagement activities with the University of Arizona, Maricopa County with the AZ Health Zone. And this will be presented by Dr. Juan Medrano. And just before your presentation, Dr. Medrano, I'd like to give 2 minutes to allow whomever is planning to exit the meeting to exit so that we can hear the presentation. Thank you.
Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, a question. Why are they leaving? We're about to begin a meeting. I'm just, it's the meeting is open to all. This is the normal business. You're able to see how
We're not
we
making
arrive.
them leave.
No. I just want to make sure that they understand that they're able to stay. They don't have to leave because we're beginning another meeting. These are important meetings. This is where we discuss items. There's an agenda because then we tend to question after the fact, but they're open to all. I just want to make sure people understand that.
Okay, Ms. Hernandez. Is that Ms. Harris? Ma'am, your seat is over here. Now, you know when we know you, Ms. Harris. We'd like to announce you before we move on to our next item. Joining us in the boardroom this evening is one of our VIPs. It is our parent representative, Ms. Angela Harris, and our Parent Advisory Council President. Thank you for joining us this evening, Ms. Harris. I appreciate everyone waiting. Thank you, Dr. Medrano. You may now proceed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, scholar representative Sarmiento Linares, executive team members, all audience members, both in person and on YouTube. We're very pleased this evening to be able to give an update on the generosity of the Arizona Health Zone at the University of Arizona through the Maricopa Extension Campus has extended some funds to us to be able to do some work on our community garden. So we just wanted to share a little bit of those highlights this evening of the work that we have planned for doing that, for getting the garden prepped and up to speed and looking amazing, so that we can start doing some really great programming in that space. And with me this evening, I also have Ms. Isabel Ramirez, who is one of our assistant general managers with SFE and has a lot of expertise in the area of gardening programs, health and nutrition. And so we're working together to really try and bring some great programs to life, both in the community garden and also in coordinating some work with our school garden coordinators. All right, so again, our funding support is coming from the Arizona Health Zone through the University of Arizona. Our project goal for these funds that we're going to be receiving is doing a redesign of the community garden space, making it a very inviting and aesthetically pleasing space, so that we can host a variety of health and nutritional events, arts and cultural events, and just really bring the space to life. Now that COVID is, although still a threat, is starting to kind of alleviate a little bit. So we'd like to start bringing some more programs into the space. And again, the awarded amount that we're looking at is $50,000. So some of the specifics of the plan, a lot of it has to do with revitalizing the landscaping. So if you can envision the community garden space, some of the things that we're looking at doing is reconfiguring the garden beds. The way that they were originally configured, I think we've learned that it made it difficult to maintain the spaces with our building and operations team and maintenance team. Being able to run a mower in between beds is kind of a tight squeeze. So we were looking at trying to get those spread out a little bit and also do some pre-emergence in the ground to take out the Bermuda grass, which we found has been very invasive in the garden beds and competing with the crops that we're trying to grow there. So that'll be one part of it. Also, in the areas where it's not possible to, in the northern part, the northern part of the community garden, right, as we start to lead up to the Maryvale Community Center, that northern end, we want to get some nice grass reestablished in that area. So doing some seeding, watering. Our B&O team has done a really great job over the past couple of months of putting in a new sprinkler system so that it can support the growing of new grass in the area. And in the areas where it's not possible to grow grass, so underneath the solar panels, and then also we're looking at installing a walking track around the perimeter of the garden space using decomposed granite. So kind of like what you would see in a baseball infield, but with some rocks mixed in, and just have a nice walking space around the perimeter. And then also with some other of our grant funds, bringing in some shade structures for some of the classes that we'll continue to have, and seating and benches as well. So as far as the programming ideas, what was included in our proposal that we want to start implementing, and with Ms. Ramirez helping us coordinate these efforts, is starting to grow more produce in our reconfigured garden beds. Also providing food access opportunities with locally grown produce, so trying to bring in some farmers market types of events into the garden space. and bringing in some local growers to be able to provide some educational opportunities and career days in the space. And then also doing other health-related activities, so health screenings, health and wellness offerings. Some of the ideas that were brought up were doing some physical activity classes, yoga. It's even been mentioned bringing in some arts and cultural activities, whether that be some musical acts to accompany some of the farmers markets activities that we're kind of envisioning for the space. And then also utilizing it for STEM education opportunities. We have a great STEM program and team here within the district office that I know can be very creative and bring a lot of learning opportunities into the space as well. All right, so with that, that's just kind of an overview of some of the things that we have in mind for doing with our the funds that we're going to be receiving, and those are some of the highlights of the proposal that we had submitted that were awarded. So I just wanted to see if you had any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Medrano. Go ahead, Ms. Abathia.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, our special guest. Thank you, Dr. Medrano. I don't really have a question about this specifically, but in regards to the community garden, and this is just my new mom mind coming into effect here. I've been doing a lot of research into what's the type of produce that we get at the store, and what's going into our bodies and stuff like that. And so I'm just curious as to how organic our food is at our gardens, and then kind of relating it into this, like if it's not as organic, like what kind of funding that this is able to give to make sure that we're putting in like the correct nutrition into our plants and into our food.
Yeah, so the quality of the crops that we're growing, I'm kind of going to lean on Ms. Ramirez a little bit in advising us on that, because I think that's where her area of expertise is. But yes, we do want to focus on crops that are going to be the most healthy as far as quality of produce is concerned, and utilize the expertise of Ms. Ramirez and her team to be able to research that for us and figure out what are the best quality products that we can grow within our garden and bring into our cafeterias and bistro.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, fellow board members, executive team, student representative Jennifer, and those watching online. Thank you for the presentation. It's not a question, but just some feedback. There is a local grant as well with environmental groups who have nonprofits who like to invest money on community gardens. And so I think that can alleviate some of the costs as well for us, because I know our garden has been up for a few years, and I know it's not cheap to maintain or to keep. So reaching out to them, because they're always looking at investing dollars into school districts or community gardens. I know the Sierra Club has that type of opportunities and grants, and some of the other local environmental groups as well. So it could be a good way for a partnership to help them care for the garden and as well bring in supplies and resources and dollars. So just some idea out there. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Medrano, because before Mr. Lopez spoke, I thought Ms. Ramirez was going to speak about Ms. Abathia's question, so I apologize. I don't really have, did you want to say anything in response to Ms. Abathia's question?
Right, and we're just working with the U of A, and we're just getting everything in line with the whole revamp of the gardens. So we haven't discussed any of that, and since I'm just taking on the program, I know for the most part, most of it will be all organically grown. That way we can get it all waived and be able to serve and use and have some gardening classes with students. and have them prep some of the stuff and take it into the cafeterias and show, what they're doing and how involved they are with the stuff that we're growing.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. I don't have a question either, but I do have a comment. Well, first I want to say thank you. And we've been working on this community garden, trying to get it up and going and to become a hub for our community for years. At one point, we brought in the fire department and our police department, and we had Gus the bus out there, and they put in some of our initial garden beds and some of the seats that you see out there. The firefighters built them, and it was an incredible thing. Unfortunately, our continued efforts, shout out Krista Swagger, because that's where we first met, was trying to build up the community garden. They weren't as successful, so just knowing that we haven't let it go completely, and now we have a new revitalized effort towards improving the our Cartwright Community Garden and the lives of our community and our scholars is incredible. So I just wanted to express gratitude for that. And I do even remember that they brought us one time to the governing board, well, for everybody that was at the meeting, like a special cucumber. I never saw it before in my life. I've never seen it again. But when they cut it, it was shaped like a flower kind of, and it was delicious. So I'm excited for updates and for things to get rolling, and grateful for the grant and this opportunity to revitalize our garden. So I just want to say thank you and acknowledge your efforts. And that will conclude your action item, sorry. And I'm excited for updates in the future. Thank you. All right. With that, I'd like to make a motion for approval of district acceptance of the project and proposal award in the amount of $50,000 to support food systems, food access, gardens, growers, active living, childhood and school health, direct education, or community engagement activities with the University of Arizona, Maricopa County, with the AZ Health Zone at tonight's meeting, public hearing, regular governing board meeting of the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board for September 27th. Do I have a second? Thank you. So we do have a motion made by myself, Marissa Hernandez, and a second by governing board member Ms. Lydia Hernandez. And we will do our roll call vote. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote? Aye. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Ms. Abetia, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you, Ms. Abetia. Vice President Lopez, how do you vote?
I vote aye. There's a delay with the mics too.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Governing board member Garcia, how do you vote? Oh, Ms. Garcia had to leave the meeting. I vote aye as well, and the motion carries unanimously. Awesome. Thank you. And with that, we will move on to Item 2, which is our approval of Cartwright School District number 83 Governing Board Resolution supporting fiscal year 2023 aggregate expenditure limit override, presented by our very own Dr. Aguilar Lawler.
Thank you, Governing Board President, members of the Governing Board, executive leadership team, those in the audience, our special guests, parents, rep, CA rep, and scholar, principals, and those watching on YouTube. Although last year the legislature came together and they approved the override for the aggregate expenditure limit, what we know as the AEL, that was just a one-time fix. It still continues to loom over public education. Despite all of the public, the voters, and the need to continue to provide funding for our amazing Cartwright School District and all public schools, it still hasn't happened yet. The governor has not called a special session. We still have the AEL. I'm asking the governing board to pass a resolution that urges the legislature to act quickly to override the limit to avoid immediate harm to school districts for this coming school year and beyond. Thank you.
And I will read the resolution. Governing Board Resolution supporting a fiscal year 2023 aggregate expenditure limit override. The Arizona Legislature passed and Governor Ducey signed the state's fiscal year 2023 budget, including appropriations for state aid to school districts. This budget causes Arizona's education spending for the fiscal year to exceed the aggregate expenditure limit for K-12 education contained in the Arizona Constitution, Article 9, Section 21. This resolution urges the legislature to act quickly to override the limit to avoid immediate harm to school districts because, whereas the Cartwright School District Number 83 School District has timely and responsibly prepared its fiscal year 2023 budget, in accordance with Arizona law, with the expectation that sufficient revenue will be available to fund its obligations. Whereas if the constitutional aggregate expenditure limit is not overridden, Cartwright School District Number 83 stands to be forced to cut approximately $20,276,000 from its budget on April 1st, 2023. Whereas the vote to exceed the constitutional aggregate expenditure limit is necessary to allow school districts to expend money that has already been appropriated by the legislature for the purpose of K-12 education. Whereas a cut of this magnitude will significantly harm student learning, teacher and staff retention, and community trust by causing large furloughs and other cuts prior to the end of the school year. Whereas the school district in our community is a source not only of learning, but also economic stability and development, and a cut of this magnitude will have an economic impact on all residents of our community. Whereas it is within the legislature's power under Arizona Revised Statute 15-944 to mitigate this looming fiscal crisis immediately by voting by a 2/3 majority to allow the expenditure of all appropriated funds in fiscal year 2023. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the School District Governing Board of the Cartwright School District Number 83, made up of locally elected and accountable school governing board members representing our community, does support the override of the constitutional aggregate expenditure limit for fiscal year 2023 and urge Governor Ducey to call the legislature into a special session to approve an override before the end of the year. Thank you. So I'd like to make an motion for the approval of Cartwright School District Number 83 Governing Board Resolution supporting the fiscal year 2023 aggregate expenditure limit override at the Cartwright Elementary School District public hearing with regular meeting for September 27th, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. So we do have a motion made by myself, Marissa Hernandez, and a second by Governing Board Vice President Pedro Lopez. And we will go ahead and do our roll call vote. I didn't know if you had a discussion. Ms. Lydia Hernandez, how do you vote? Aye. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Governing Board Member Abetia, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you, Ms. Abetia. Vice President Lopez, how do you vote?
Aye. I had it on.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I vote aye as well, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the Governing Board, before you leave the meeting today, if you can sign the resolution so we can send it, would be wonderful.
Sorry. Moving on to item 3, which is our modifying 2022-2023 salary schedules for pay increases. And this one is a collaborative effort between Victoria Farrar and Jeff Stratman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, and folks in the audience. wanted to go ahead and, there we go. Okay, present to you some information. Before I get into the slide presentation, just some background. We were approached by the CEA leadership team in July timeframe about new legislative money that was approved in the state budget process and what we might be able to do looking at those monies and providing potential raises on this year's current salary schedules. And so at that time, knowing that we were in declining enrollment, we had discussions with the CEA team about deferring those conversations until after the Labor Day, which is usually when we have kind of a safe feeling of what our enrollment trend is going to look like. So we agreed to defer those discussions until after Labor Day. In lieu of rapidly getting into the discussions at that time in July or August, we did decide to award to each an employee what we called a hardship stipend, which was $1,200 that went to every employee at that time, in a good faith effort to say, hey, we know there's new monies here and we want to have the discussion about how we value our employees. So we gave that hardship stipend at that time. So those monies in that $1,200 hardship stipend, those were awarded upon the employee's return to work, I think the first week of school. And those would be in addition to the recommendations that are specific to this particular item on the agenda. So first of all, we scheduled some meet and confer formal discussions right after Labor Day. I think our first one was September 6th, and began the discussions that day. Was mostly centered around how much additional money we were actually awarded by the state legislative process. And so Ms. Farrar went hard to work and crunched numbers, and we provided information at that time that a net positive amount that we received was $2.1 million. So why am I using the terminology net positive amount and so forth? So we have a little bit of explanation as to why that is. The fiscal year 2023 M&O proposed budget timeline, you guys were participants in this, so this will be recollection for you. We do that process every year by July 15th. By law, we're required to adopt a proposed budget for the fiscal year by July 15th. This year, we actually had a board meeting that fell on June 30th. So that's when we did that first adoption of the proposed budget for this year. That is the budget we're sort of working through right now. The legislative budget session ended on June 24th, 2022. So Ms. Farrar and her team, Dr. Derek Etheridge and whoever else was involved in that, had only a couple days to kind of pull that together for that June 30th board meeting. So kudos to them for pulling that off. The budget adopted in late June or early July is always a budget that is revised at a later date. That happens each and every year. That's kind of a first blush of the budget that's done at that late June, early July date. So that proposed budget that was done on June 30th included an annual M&O budget of $108 million and change. That amount stated there does not include a carryover amount of 4% that would have also been on that proposed budget form. And that proposed budget was based on a student enrollment ADM of 13,847 students, which was a very similar number to what we were at last year. So the budget was built knowing it was going to be revised and using a student count of what we had last year. the revised budget, which has not yet been prepared and proposed to you, we estimate with the best information today will be 102 million, not 108 million. And the reason for that is the declining enrollment. So what we know now that we didn't, we could have projected, but we knew it was going to be revised. We know now to base our budget, our best estimate now is on an ADM of 12,579 students rather than 13,847. So the downward revision that you guys will see in the coming weeks or months will be a revised budget for 1,268 less students and approximately 6 million less in the total M&O revenue. Okay, in comparison to the final budget of last year, that final budget gets adopted by May 15th of each year. So now I'm talking about last year's budget, not this year's budget. The annual M&O budget last year that was finalized was 100 million and some change. So that was based on the 100-day student ADM count of 13,837 students. So the initial proposed budget this year that was brought to you on June 30th as an estimate, and the final budget from last year's fiscal year, the difference between those two was an increase of $8 million. So the reason I'm going into this in such detail, there were some questions back and forth between the CEA team and the board team about what the numbers were, how much money we had received from the legislative process and so forth. So it needed some explanation as to why we had a $108 million budget that was proposed initially at that June 30th board meeting, how it compared to last year, and essentially explaining why we don't have an $8 million dollar increase this year because of our declining enrollment. We actually have a $2 million increase with the new money that's been provided when you compare year over year. So our best estimate today, the revised budget that we would submit, is that our budget from last year to this year's budget would be an increase of $2 million. So this slide just kind of highlights that, shows the budget differences. The final budget of 2022 was approximately 100 million. There again, that was an ADM of 13,837. The preliminary budget, which is struck through here, that we brought on June 30th of this year, that was adopted quickly before that statutory deadline, was 108 million based on a similar amount of students. And then we know that budget will be revised down based on our enrollment counts that we're seeing come in as our actual attendance this year. And we'll revise that down to 12,579 students. So that will revise down to 102 million. So you can, just a quick math there, you're approximately $2 million to the net positive. This slide we used in this same presentation we presented at the Meet and Confer. So we just we're showing our demographic study and some of the not so good news. We've employed Rick Brammer in Applied Economics to do a detailed demographic study for us that now needs updated. This data here is 2 or 3 years old. You can see here that's what's highlighted in red is that by school year 25-26, we were estimating a student enrollment count of 12,600, and we are already there in our decline, very close to it. So our decline is actually happening faster than what the demographic study showed. next slide just shows, kind of a bar graph of where we've gone over the past several years. So the first year on the left, I know those numbers look small. I can't see them from here. So I apologize for that. But that first bar on the left is 2017, and it shows we had student enrollment then of 6,977. You go over all the way to the right, and our number this year is the 2023 number, 12,850. So we're beyond 4,000 students of lost enrollment just over the past 6 years. Despite that, what's some of the positive things? So just some bulleted points here. We were able to implement an actual step schedule for teachers and ESPs away from what they call a non-step schedule. That's basically a schedule that allows more flexibility and ability to award people each year for an actual year of service to the district. We've offered up to 20 years of experience for newly hired teachers, 30 years of experience for ESPs. We moved to a 4-day scholar week without increasing hours for our teachers. We provided an average of a 29% raise to all ESPs in the school year 2020 when that salary schedule was adjusted. Last year there was payment of a $1,500 hardship stipend to employees, which don't calculate on the salary schedule. They're not in the base salary schedule, but it was real money awarded to the employees. And this year, as I mentioned in my introductory comments, we had a $1,200 retention stipend that was paid at the beginning of this year to each employee as well. So what it boils down to, money from the new legislative increase, when you offset it by the declining enrollment, we have an increase of approximately $2.1 million in our budget year over year. So we also, in that meet and confer process, we conveyed that number to the CEA representative team, and also we conveyed, I think it was $2.5 million, if I'm correct, Ms. Farrar, at the first September 6th meeting. As we went back and looked at it, had discussions with the entire executive leadership team and so forth as to how to approach the next session, which happened last Wednesday. We looked at additional, reduced staffing, positions that are budgeted but likely won't be filled because of two reasons. One, in some areas, not all, but in some areas less of a need because of the declining enrollment, but in other areas just a shortage of available workers. So we were comfortable adding to this number with that and knowing some of the 301 monies that wouldn't be spent because of those things, and came up with an additional sorry, I'm trying to read along here on my own screen as well. An additional increase of $1.5 million, which we felt then gave us a total to go to the bargaining table and let the CEA team know that we were at a ceiling of $3.6 million. That's what we had to give for raises. That was the cap amount. So we did convey that at last Wednesday's session. So then what we did was we went to the table with this proposal. The proposal was that every certified salary schedule, kind of the salaried individuals rather than hourly, so that included certified teachers, psychologists, related service providers, and nurses. We were proposing to receive a base salary increase of $3,630. and to add that into the actual salary schedule base. And our estimate of the cost of doing that, looking at the number of employees we had on those schedules, was that would cost us $3,100,000 of the $3.6 million. So then that left us with a remainder of approximately $500,000 that we had to use left over for the ESP hourly individuals. So doing that math with what our average hours were per employee and so forth, we felt comfortable that we could increase the hourly schedules for our ESPs. So that would be everybody on our ESP step schedule and our cafeteria ESP schedule, that we could increase that by 40 cents at each step in the process, so that every hourly employee would receive a 40-cent raise. In addition to, we wanted to make sure, because of the state requirements on the minimum wage, that our base minimum wage would be a minimum of $13.85. So that gives us, I think, 2 years of coverage for what we anticipate the state minimum wage to be this year in January, along with what we would anticipate an estimate of the adjustment for next year. Okay. I'm going to skip that slide because we didn't, we had proposed to try to, kind of lock the schedules in for a couple of years, but we did not agree to do that. So, some information we presented on some of the net positives. If this were to be accepted, teacher pay would increase this year by $4,830. That increase calculation included the $1,200 that was given as the retention stipend, along with the recommended or proposed $3,630 to the base. So the reportable average salary for those teachers that we report to the state would increase by $4,830 and would increase our average teacher salary to $70,000. That would be a 7.4% increase of our current report of this year's average teacher salary. As far as our ESP hourly rates, the 40 cents based on our average hourly rate would be a 2.2% increase. And when you include the $1,200 retention stipend, that $1,200, if you do the math for a full-time 40 hour per week, full-time 12-month employee, equates to about a 60-cent raise, 60 cents per hour on $1,200. So showing that as a total of $1 per hour increase when you account for that retention stipend that was paid at the beginning of the year is the equivalent of approximately a 5.5% increase to those hourly employees. So one other thing to comment before what happened in the process, in the meet and confer process, we had some discussion back and forth with the CEA representative team about why we went heavy on the certified schedules and not so much on the ESP schedules. So we had some dialogue back and forth about that. And some of the discussion involved the fact that the ESP schedule is being looked at again for next year. There's a committee looking at that, that we will revisit that. And then the other thing is that we need to stay competitive with our teachers' salary schedule. And we were one of the highest paid in the state, near the top tier of teachers in the state. We had fallen a little bit behind, not into a bottom tier by any means, But we wanted to stay really competitive with our teacher salaries and how we show our average teacher salaries and so forth, and how those compare to our neighboring districts because of teacher shortage. So it was important to the administrative team and the board team to really focus on that in this particular negotiation. But we were open, and the CEA team proposed some slight tweaks so that we could put a little bit more money in the ESP's pocket, but we were just hard set. We had to stick with the $3.6 million that we had to give. So they asked, but we told them we just don't have it. They certainly went to bat for their employees, trying to get every raise that they could possibly get for the employees, but we just have to stay financially prudent. And so we were open to dialogue and discussion about shifting more money from that $3,630 to the certified employees, but it would have to shift from there to the hourly employees. And so the CEA team came back with a proposal to try to shift a little bit more of those dollars. So we took basically $100 from that and looked at a couple of other things we were proposing to do, and we were able to get that 40 cents up to 50 cents and just shifted a little bit of the money that way. So what you see actually in your action item for tonight, the end result is a modification to this year's salary schedules where each of those 4 certified salary schedules, so again, that's certified teachers, psychologists, related service professionals, and nurses, each have a base salary increase of $3,530. So each employee would receive that on the base salary schedule, and so the schedule that's attached reflects that. And again, that's in addition to the $1,200. Each of those employees also got the $1,200 at the beginning of the year. And then we, rather than the 40 cents, we shifted to 50 cents on both of the ESP salary schedules, which are our normal classified hourly employees and all of our hourly food service workers, and our SLPAs, which are hourly as well, our speech language pathologist assistants. So those are the schedules, and a summary of what we're asking for the board to approve is essentially an increase to those salaried certified individuals of $3,530 and a 50-cent raise at each step on the hourly salary schedules.
Board President, members of the governing board, members of the executive team, everyone in the audience, I also want to reiterate that zero amount of raises will go to any administrators. So the raises that were taken this year that you'll see that you have on your agenda tonight, no administrators are included in those raises.
So with that concludes the presentation. I would be glad to answer any questions you might have and provide any further clarifying details if needed.
Thank you, Jeff and Victoria. Any questions from the governing board? Ms. Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience and those watching. It's a lot of information. There were several points. I'm going to ask you to go back just so that I understand, because we have a budget that was put together based on a student enrollment, a projected student enrollment. And so we might have been, I'm just averaging maybe 1,000 off students, right? There was a graph and chart that shows the gradual decline of enrollment year by year. Could we go to that? I have a question regarding that. So beginning 2017, and it's the previous one,
yeah.
That one. We show up here 2017 to current, and 2017, 2018, 2019, there was a gradual maybe average of maybe 500 loss, might be a little bit more than that, or what is it, 1,000? I can't. I'm pointing this out because it is a pattern of decline in enrollment over the last few years, at least from what I can see here, right? So when we lose students, we proposed a budget based on a certain number, and we fell short of that. We might have had things in place that we tried to increase that enrollment, but I'm going to mention here just an excerpt, and I think I've shared this before with Dr. Lawler, that I really feel that we're shooting ourselves in the foot because we're struggling to not only increase our student enrollment, but also trying to currently fill positions. Why would I want to come to such an environment? The money that we're looking for is not there. It's just a difficult conversation, and to me, it contradicts. I don't see a way out of it from this. However, I just want to continue to point that out. So we're 1,000 off. So now we've got a smaller budget. However, because we did get monies from the state, we were able to have, I think, the $2 million, right? Which is why we had the additional monies that we could do something with. Had that not been there, we would have been in a deficit, right? So you have conversations about how we could all be happy based on the budget, with the proposed budget, now knowing that we're less. So we've got to look at the smaller number. I'm just trying to follow along to make sure that I understand it, and see if there are any questions from your discussions during meet and confer. Because there were questions as to, I think there was the $3 million, where that went, or that difference in the first proposed and then what we have, right? Now, my question to you is, based on that final number of budget that we have, knowing what we had to work with and how, we asked for proposals of how we could, better, I have no better word than to say divvy it up, no? Divide, share this budget. In that proposal, we agreed on what I see up there, and if we can go to the proposed and how we decide to break it down. And I know that.
Does that one help you?
Yeah.
That slide, or do you want?
I think she wants the.
Well, that's again. I think it's a later slide.
Oh, how we broke down the money that we were going to give?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the reason I'd like to look at that is we agreed, we had conversations. There's no additional monies aside from what we're showing here, right? The only way that we could up the amount, if I captured it correctly, and I think we went to 50 because there was some, some wiggle room that we're willing to give up. And when I say they, we're talking certificated teachers, professionals. So the only way to change this would be, that's all we have to work with, right? Is to request some more. Somebody's got to be willing to give something up, right? That's all we have. How did this sit at the end? Okay? We're happy with this breakdown? Because obviously I think what I want to draw my attention to is that we've got to give and take. It's got to come from somewhere. If we're handing it out, we've got to, if we're increasing something, it's got to decrease somewhere, right? That's all we have to work with. And the reason I want to understand this is because there's other employees that we haven't taken into account. We've discussed, but unless I see it here loud enough to make an adjustment somewhere else, then how is that going to happen, I guess? And we're saying we're going to look at it in the future, right? But we have to understand this. I think to me, this meeting, this conversation, the sharing of these numbers are very critical, because if we're asking for additional monies or changes, we've got to make sure we let go of something so we can increase. It doesn't mean, by the way, that we're going to be able to share, right, that same amount. I don't know. I just want to understand this piece for me to be able to move forward.
Yeah. If I understand what your question is and what additional information you might want, which I may or may not, but let me take a stab. Why did we choose this breakdown? And what's some of the rationale as to why we recommended 36.30 for certificated versus only 40 cents for hourly? Okay. So a couple things I'll explain in my mind that might help. The first thing I would say is, as a percentage, when we gave the $1,200 at the beginning of the year, the $1,200 as a percentage is a much higher percentage increase to most hourly employees than it is to certificated as a percentage. We gave that to every employee. So when I said a 40-hour per week, 12-month employee, that equated to 60 cents. We have lots of hourly employees, crossing guards, so forth, that don't work full time. That $1,200, if you did the math per hour, is a significant increase per hour. I want to be very careful to not sound like I don't care about our ESPs. I absolutely do and value them. I value them as much as any of our employees. But just trying to explain some of the rationale. The $1,200 at the beginning of the year as a percentage to the hourly employee was a bigger bump than it was to the certificated employee. So they had already gotten, as a percentage, a fairly significant amount. The other thing I would say, if you look at how those numbers work, I think it was on this next slide. I may or may not find it. I apologize. Okay, here it is. When you look at these, how these percentages break down, again, looking at including the $1,200 that came at the beginning of the year, so the average teacher would be getting a 7.4% to the average teacher, and the average full-time hourly employee would be getting a 5.5% increase. So when you look at it that way, for the full amount we gave this year, including the stipend at the beginning of the year, the percentages aren't, like they're way off. Like 40 cents sounds to $3,000. So those were some of the things we were considering in the rationale as to determining how to break this down and how to offer it. And we weren't forgetting about the $1,200 that we gave the first week that each employee received. So I don't know if that helps explain some of your questioning as to why it seems so lopsided or how we would give more here or more there. But that was some of the rationale behind the decision.
Dr. Lawler, thank you for that, Dr. Lawler, executive team, Madam President, those in the audience, those watching. The reason this is important to me is because I got a lot of calls about how lopsided and how it's 40 cents. So, but I wanted to ensure that this was a discussion that was had between the administration and meet and confer. Somehow, the conversation is either we don't understand that 40, which I myself had to look at it closely. So thank you for that explanation. Because of that, the amount that was given, the 1,200, percentage-wise. Not that I'm saying, because I wish I could increase it to 70 if we could, but that would mean going back to the discussion and making, ensuring that everybody at the table, meaning those involved in meet and confer, would agree to this, because it can be changed, right? If the parties were willing to. I just want to make sure, for my sake, because I did receive those calls, that I have with clarity, I understand how we arrived at this conversation. It's not a private conversation. Everybody's represented at the table. I just want to make sure that we all understand that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your questions, Ms. Hernandez. Any other questions? Mr. Lopez?
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, fellow board members, executive team, and Student Representative Jennifer. I'll make sure I get that right. And those watching in the audience. I noticed that the study that you showed was placing us in this situation, I think, in year 2025. Obviously, we've arrived there 3 years sooner than expected, so things are changing dramatically, and we know that there's hardly any development or new opportunities for housing in Cartwright. Definitely, I noticed a new apartment complex coming up in front of Castro and Peña that we're hoping that will bring enrollment. Neighboring districts are blessed, like Pendergast, in my view, because there's a lot of growth, a lot of vacant lots. So that brings me to the question of, I assume we started conversations about a response to the loss of student enrollment, other opportunities, ways to increase that, or thinking outside the box of ways. I know we've attempted some canvassing in the past with the vendor. Obviously, I think that was expensive, but are we having those conversations now to see what can we do differently? Since, again, I think we're at a situation where we were not expecting this to happen so fast.
Board President, Vice President Lopez, members of the board, special guests, those in the audience, leadership team. Yes, one of the things I've been sharing recently with staff is that there's nothing that we're not doing that shows how amazing we are. But the reality is the charter schools are opening up they're right in our community, and there's a ton of them. And so Great Hearts just opened up, took several hundred from Tarver and several hundred from Andalusia and Alhambra. And so we just have to keep, and a lot of those families don't even know that they're not Cartwright. They think they're Cartwright schools. And so I think, Victor Hugo and I, we meet every week, and he's doing a lot of amazing work with the principals out there on doing marketing. And I know Miss Angela here, as our parent rep, can tell you that we're different than the charter schools. We're better than the charter schools, and we will continue to look at our enrollment. But at the same time, going back to that strategic planning, we have to make difficult decisions of how we're going to staff our schools in the future, how we're going to staff our district in order to be able to afford paying people. And even though we're looking at eventually being a 10,000 scholar district, that's still larger than any of the elementary school districts around us. For example, Pendergast is not even close to 10,000 right now. They will get there, but they're low, they're down. But they also have a lot of charter schools that are building up by them too. Alhambra's less than us right now by several thousand, and those are the two highest next to us. The rest of the districts that feed into, we're still a large district even if we're at 10,000. But the charter schools, the $7,500, stipend that's out, not stipend, the vouchers that are out there, all of those things impact enrollment. we are just going to stay ahead of it. And like I've also shared with people that I've talked to, including CEA, is that we're really lucky we have ESSER funds, because the ESSER funds, the federal funding, is helping us bridge that gap as we staff for our future. And so I feel very fortunate that we have that, and we have a very, very strong financial team in our district. So those decisions, those kinds of positions, moving forward are going to be very different in order to be able to afford the salary increases that we have now. We're going to staff to the number of scholars. I think the hardest part is understanding that and the reality, and I'm so thankful that you're sharing that. I think the hardest part is the reality. We only get paid by the number of scholars we have in our district, end of story. We're working super hard on attendance, because attendance and doing the attendance incorrectly also impacts the bottom line. And so we've really been working very hard to push attendance and doing that correctly in order to get dollars for our students appropriately. So we're trying all of those things. Victor Hugo has lots of great ideas. I'm very excited. Today I was showing Vice President Lopez, my father, who lives in Tucson, sent me 2 texts today. The Cartwright School District is being advertised in Tucson. And I saw Victor Hugo on there, and he said, this is great. And we have this little new, what is the QR code that anyone can just click on their phone. And so we are working on it. We're going to continue to work on it. And when you have amazing scholars like we have here, they and their families are going to spread the word about the district and how much better we are than our charter friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Abetia, did you have a comment? You're just giving me a hard gaze. Okay. Ms. Hernandez, I see you have your mic.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members. Dr. Lawler, sorry about the order. The executive team, those in the audience, those watching. I'm sitting here listening, and I know that in the past and previous discussions we've been asking, this is a constant conversation that we have year-round, all year, before we get to the end about approving a budget and where those monies are coming from. When the board, we decide to make changes to how we're currently operating based on those numbers, because I want to remind everybody, if we begin with a certain number and we don't have that number, it's got to come from somewhere. So if we're giving something to you, we've got to take it from elsewhere. And that's where the difficult decisions and challenges come in. And how we go about deciding what it is that we're going to make changes to is discussed. The strategic planning session, which I was not there, but I'm going to venture, I've been to previous ones, and we discussed priorities. The last one that I went to, and I will remind everybody, we had staff, and we were pinning our priorities of what we thought was important to the wall. I felt, hey, wait a minute, I was wearing my parent hat at the same time, and I wasn't quiet about it, but I shared, hey, wait a minute, maybe I think it's a little bit lopsided. I'd like to see more happen for parents in this, how we're going to break this down. But I realize that this is how we arrive at these decisions. It's a priority that we establish together. So my concern, and moving forward, we're going to continue to have these conversations. We have meet and confer. I just want to make sure that we all, everywhere, understand how we arrive at these numbers. And if there's any discrepancy, how, have we asked for solutions? Because perhaps, and I'm trying to understand this every year, whether there's something that we should be looking at or something that we'd like to change, I want to make sure that everybody's being heard. And if we're not, then how is it that we can change this, not only here, but at our strategic planning session, that we can highlight to agree that perhaps this is something that, well, it's not as a priority anymore, so we can accommodate for other. And helping us understand as well the budget restrictions, because I tend to say, you know, hey, we're building all over, but again, that comes from a different bucket that we don't have access to. So whole different. But I want to make sure that even parents, and that's why I was asking, we shoot ourselves in the foot by not. I wanted to, what's the word? Quiero pensar en español, exigir. I want to, it's a difficult, in English, no, exigir. Request a little bit stronger. Thank you. A little bit stronger that everybody remain in the room, because this conversation is critical. And it's not fair that we don't have everybody in the room engaged at this level of conversation. Aside from those, what am I always asking? This is not new. I repeat things, I ask questions to make sure that our audience, that our parents are understanding how we arrived at the decision. As much as I like to listen to myself talk, there's a reason why we do this. But if I'm leaving anything out, please say it now, because I'll remind everybody I said it then, but who cares, right? So, one voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Yes, Ms. Trujillo. Yes, of course. You may approach the podium.
Oh, it's still on. Okay. So, Board President Hernandez, Dr. Lawler, Aguilar Lawler Superintendent, our student representative, and governing board members and executive team. I sit on the meet and confer team as one of the principal representatives, along with Craig Horpenthal. So, Ms. Hernandez, my impression in the last meeting regarding this did get heated. CEA is impassioned about how we are and advocated for not only the certified teaching staff to include even our speech and language pathologists, our psychologists, so a very broad range of all of those certificated members. But then I think where the greatest challenge in terms of our debate and conversation came around our ESPs as well. It just didn't seem to land well when you talk about a 50-cent raise, right? So it was, I thought it was we debated quite a bit. And CEA certainly, and CEA on their side negotiating for everyone. I don't know if what I'm about to say is a good thing or not a good thing, but I just feel like honesty is important to me. The elephant in the room is whether administrators are providing any level of concession, right? So we do know that that's a deeper conversation. So in strategic planning, what those conversations might be. I know I had to speak on behalf of my colleagues because it just didn't land. It just wasn't feeling well for me about I understood what they were trying to say, but it just started to get a little hurtful because we too contribute quite a bit to the well-being of our scholars, because we all know we're trying to, sometimes in order to really increase students at your campus is just having a really well-run school. That parents can arrive and they feel their child is safe. They're in a loving place with their teachers. They have even all your ESPs culturally, everyone cares about the kids and it's really evident. And then there's the high levels of academics. So I know we'll gain them back. And Mr. Lopez, I know there's a third apartment complex that I'm pretty confident belongs to Castro. So I'm not sure. It's pretty close to Cartwright, so Miss Wingfield might have some of my kids because it's so close. But I can say that I feel like we did have that conversation, but kind of what I hear you saying is, do we need to dig a little deeper about ensuring that the one thing I think we all agreed on both sides of the table is our staff is really important to us. All of them. I'm fearful of RTIBs and counselors and where that sits because some of our ESSER funds are covering that, and they've been instrumental in the comeback from the pandemic and the recovery from the pandemic, if President Biden could give us more money for another few years, that would really be what's ideal, because we're nowhere near ready to come out, not only academically speaking, but also social emotional. We're still dealing with a lot of consequences from that, and I don't know what I would do without them. I just don't. I don't know what I would do without them. So they are principals. We are indebted to that group of social emotional group. And it's scary for us to figure out how are we going to make sure we keep them on and well compensated and well cared for, because we know they're caring for our kids. So I just thought that you'd probably like to know that in terms of the conversation we had at Meet and Confer. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience, those watching. Thank you for that. I've been here, sitting here for many years, every year, every budget. And I think everybody would agree on being honest. Oh, here comes Ms. Hernandez again. I've advocated for classified openly. Now, I'm glad to hear that there were, a little bit clearer, I think, for me, and not having been involved in Meet and Confer. And by the way, that's intentional for me, because I don't, I wait for a report. I trust in our staff, that it's getting delivered. I just want to make sure that our audience and our parents are very well aware of how we arrive at these conversations, which is why I'm always advocating and pushing for more discussion. But having said that, I think I heard something that got my attention, that there's perhaps a discrepancy, maybe something, that concessions that administrators are not making, that probably, folks would like to see have done at a deeper level. I'll remind everybody, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, where I stand with that. But I'll put it this way. We as a board move forward. Now, we were having those in-depth conversations as you were involved this time around. We've always had them, but the push, I'm going to be very open, the push has not been there strong enough, because if you would have wanted it there, I think it would have happened, especially in years past. But we're here again. I just want to remind us where all of us have been coming from or have stemmed from, because I'm feeling pretty confident moving forward that we can have another shared conversation moving, and I mean shared, moving forward, because there's something there that's still missing, right? So I look forward to working with everybody, and thank you for engaging me. And it was important for me to be here for this conversation, as I got many calls, but I wanted to make sure that I did my piece, regardless of what's going on with me. Thank you.
Madam President, just as a legal formality, I failed to mention before that was formal Meet and Confer, and we did have ratification of the recommendation. So that has been done as well. So thanks to the CAA team for doing that on, as I said, with pulling our budget together on a couple of days, they pulled that one off in a couple of days, including a weekend. So thanks to their efforts for that as we move towards tonight's governing board meeting, as they got that done.
Thank you, Mr. Stratman. If no further questions or comments from the governing board, all right. So I just want to, fellow members of the board, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, our esteemed guest, Jennifer, who's been amazing this evening, executive team, everyone in attendance, our dignitaries that have joined us this evening, thank you for being here and giving us so freely of your time, and everyone viewing on YouTube. It can be a difficult conversation when we are discussing money. Anyone who's been on this board, Lydia's been here like 20 years, right? Pedro's been here quite a long time as well. I'd say about only 8 years. I've been here a little over 7.5, and Miss Abetia is our newest member. However, she is smart as a whip, so she's catching on very quickly. I think we all know that when it comes to these type of discussions, it can be very difficult. And it can be disheartening. It can hurt people's feelings. And at some point, we all come to an agreement. When Ms. Hernandez mentions our shared conversations, it also includes the agreements that we've made amongst each other, CEA and our superintendent, the board. The board continues to be the guiding force for the district. Our superintendent is the one who provides us our ideas, provides us our updates, and our only one and only employee that we govern over in this entire district. And I know that's a difficult task. Being at the helm of our district, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, and you've done an incredible job, and we're very grateful for you. I would just like to remind everyone that the negotiating team that sits across from our CEA team is comprised of the people that the governing board designates and that we trust. And when these conversations happen and there is an expression of distrust from the opposite side to our negotiating team, that's a reflection on your governing board. I'm glad that we were able to ratify. I did watch the meeting, and several times it was reiterated that we were only discussing these new monies. We were not there to discuss taking funds away from administrators. We were not in a standard, regular, annual meet and confer process. And I would like to say that if this governing board has to follow our agenda to the exact T, to where we can't discuss anything other than what's on this piece of paper and posted, then I would like to ask that our CEA team also stay within the realm of the discussion. I'd also like to remind everyone that our ESSER funds are what kept us afloat during the pandemic, and that your governing board was present for the strategic planning and very difficult conversations where we discussed staffing to the standards and the very real reality that we were facing. What that looked like. Teresa, you were there. Pedro, you were there. Ms. Abetia, were you there? Sorry, if the baby's kicking, we're going to ignore that for now. Sorry, Ms. Abetia, I need to quit calling on her. I need to quit. Sorry. But these are difficult discussions. Your governing board, in 1 second, Ms. Cobos. Your governing board takes absolutely zero salary to be here. And it's not easy to sit here and decide, and mind you, we didn't even make the decision. It's not easy to sit here and make these difficult decisions with the money that's provided to us from the state. We have no power over how much funding we receive. None. And every year we come to the table with our best, our good faith efforts. We provide it to our team, and they relay it to you. And we follow our meet and confer process that allows your committee to have a voice and to openly speak the way, let's not even discuss that, but to openly speak and have the voice at the table opposite of our proxies, because for legal reasons we can't be there. But we are there during the discussions. We're there for 5, 6, 7, 8 discussions about our budget all year long. So when we talk about our what we can and can't do with our new monies, I'd like you to just think about the fact that we take no salary. We're here to help you. We are here from our hearts. We don't take these positions because we're going to get somewhere. We take these positions so that we can be a part of this amazing process and make great things happen. We've got a scholar on our dais. Yay. Thank you, Jennifer. We have added CEA to the table. We've added a principal representative. We have our parent representative, Angela. Thank you for being here this evening. We attend all of the meetings that we are asked to attend to be a part of, and I absolutely love our CEA team. It just doesn't feel good to be on this side of the table just as much as it doesn't feel good to always be on your side. And that's the only thing that I'm asking that you think about and consider. And that will conclude my comments. Ms. Cobos, you can come up. Really quick. Sorry. Come up, Ms. Cobos. For the record, I want to let the record reflect that Governing Board Member Ms. Garcia left the meeting at 6:08 p.m. I apologize. She sent me a text. I didn't realize it. Thank you. I knew you were waiting for that. Go ahead, Ms. Cobos.
I guess I turned it off. Oh, did I turn? Oh, slightly. Perfect. Good evening, President Hernandez, again, Governing Board members, Dr. Lawler, Aguilar, and administration team, as well as our audience, both in the room and also online. As CEA President, I fully support the needs and concerns of my members, and I was very excited tonight when I was able to see the strength of our members to be able to share their voice. And this is one of the many reasons why I'm so proud to work at Cartwright. I would also like to thank our governing board and admin team for coming to the table early for the emergency session and agreeing to the $1,200 stipend, as well as raises. And I just want to make sure that that's also clear, that even though the $1,200 may seem like a lot to somebody who is making less money than others, that it's still just a stipend and not added to the base. I just want to make sure that that was clear, as well as the raises for both certified and educational support professionals. Again, we're very thankful for that $1,200, extremely thankful, but yet it still is not a raise added to the base. And I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. We look forward to the opportunity for further negotiations this year, and I'd be remiss not to thank my members who spent countless days in the scorching heat and many late nights, some till 3 a.m., at the Capitol this summer, fighting hard to pass the educators' budget. And without their advocacy and voice, no new monies at all would have been given to our school district, which would have put us at a deficit to start again. And no new monies would have been given to our school district, nor would there have been a need to reconvene and negotiate the millions of dollars intended for certified teacher and ESP salaries. I need to address the comment that was stated in the room that CEA lacks an understanding of where the board sits and how difficult it is to have these processes and procedures. I've been negotiating for the Cartwright School District for years and years and years and years and years now. Sometimes taking a break for personal reasons because everybody needs a personal life. However, I also do sit on the board of directors for the Arizona Education Association, to which I've done almost going on 12 years now. With also breaks, but I've also had actions where our employees have acted against the governing board. So I understand the push and pull of having to make tough decisions, as well as the respect that we give our employees for allowing them to make and do those actions to help them increase the awareness about their salaries and such. I also know what it's like I've also sat on that team as well to negotiate on the admin team. So I know how difficult it is to make decisions, especially when you love and care about your employees so much, as I know you all do. It's very hard. It's very difficult. So I absolutely come to the table with all of that experience, and with that being said. So it's very difficult to hear or be accused of not taking that into consideration when we absolutely always 100% come to the table with both sides and what's best for the health and strength of our school district, as well as fiscally as well as professionally. It's also important that I discuss why we had that difficult decision, just to give a little bit of background knowledge. when we were renegotiated. I really do appreciate Dr. Lawler, Victoria, Jeff, and the entire admin team for going back and looking at the budget and deciding to pull money from 301 in order to make us a more profitable, a better, district, even district for pay. I'm sorry, I'm lost of words. It's late night. But with that being said, even though that is money that can be appropriated for salaries and we appreciate it, it still impacts the ESP on the negative end, and let me explain why. 301 monies can, due to state statute, it can now be used for both certified and ESP salaries. So one of our focuses this year was to try to come back, reconvene, like we always do every year, and decide how those 301 monies would be appropriated for all parties involved, which now included ESPs. So when we go back to the table and decide how to split that monies, knowing that it was used to appropriate and to even out salary schedules, we knew that it would be difficult to find extra monies for our ESPs and that our pots would be separated even smaller than we had previously thought because of our ESPs. And so that was why we brought up the equivalency of district employees getting the same money, because we appreciate that the need to honor all employees, regardless of whether they are classified, certified, or admin. We appreciate that. We don't think that there shouldn't be any recognition. But knowing this moving forward, not for this year our monies are protected, they've been allocated, they're safe. But moving forward in future years, we're going to be meeting to reconvene to discuss what's going to be happening the following fiscal year, or I should say the following school year and fiscal year for that matter, when it comes to 301 monies. And so what we were requesting in the future, that same thing be done at all levels of whoever gains from receiving any kind of equivalency or 301 money in general. It wasn't to cause derision. It wasn't meant to insult or hurt personally anybody else. It was just to point out facts of how now 301 was going to be divided differently. That's all. And I just and I appreciate and I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And I want to reiterate how much I appreciate coming back to the table and reconvening for those extra monies and how important that was for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cobos. What I will say is that as we continue our budget discussions, one, CEA has always had an opportunity to come back and discuss their salaries. Anytime we get new monies, we've done that historically. And your board will continue to take into consideration our declining school district and this deficit, because your school board is the one who approved the proposed budget. So we look forward to working together in the future, and your board will ensure that we are requesting whatever number we feel is appropriate as far as a proposed budget decrease in the future year. We discussed that. And all we're doing is our best. And we'll continue to do that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience and those watching. I just want to make sure that we understand that by any means, I don't care how hairy and ugly the conversation feels, that at least coming from this board member, it is welcomed. That's the only way we're going to move forward. And I'll remind us all that how many years ago now? I'm going to say it every year, every time we visit our budget, that perhaps there is a different model that we need to be looking at in terms of, how we engage in a conversation as to how we arrive at a budget. I've been saying it because if this isn't working, I want to make sure that I'm getting all that information without having the need. Because I'm going to share that I hear everything as this board member here. And although they are difficult decisions, they're not personal. I'd rather not spend. I think if I didn't have to, I don't want to go build another gym if we don't have the capacity. I don't, but we're all, we don't have an issue there. I just want to remind us that if I'm not looking at something, I'm not considering something, there's got to be something that I'm not addressing. And I think that is more of a tangible. And I'm going to point out our attorney, Mr. Stratman, because if in previous years it's been other staff. And when these difficult decisions come about, if we have money, you're okay. But when we don't have money, we start to look and smell and feel different. Not that there's anything different that we're doing aside from engaging in the conversation. But I think we just got to be open so that everybody's aware of how we're arriving at this and that we considered everything. Because at the end of the day, there is a vote. And I think, Madam President, there was, and I don't want to take it out of context, but while we were in the meeting, I heard you say, well, I didn't approve that or we didn't approve that. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, we're the board. But I don't know what it was. I just know that we do. Regardless of what that was, we do. We vote on it. But then again, we're not going to vote on anything that has been proposed. So if it hasn't been proposed or we can't arrive at that, then I think then we've got to take a deeper look at that. I just want to make sure that we're understanding and that it's not taken personal, because I'm going to have you know, since I think from the onset, from when I first came onto the school board, I've done nothing but ask for solutions, engage, make recommendation. They've been taken out of context for whatever reason, never meant to be political. Just be open, honest discussions about how to move our district forward. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, but Ms. Hernandez, you're not alone. All of the board feels the same. Oh, now he's got a comment. And all I'm saying is we're here, and no matter what happens between when we're not agreeing, it's just part of the process. It doesn't mean I care any less about any of you. Not at all. As a matter of fact, when let's say someone's opposing what I have to say. Okay, great. It is welcome. Otherwise, we wouldn't allow as many representatives into our meetings as we do. So I'm not saying, and you're right, we shouldn't be taking it personal. That's exactly what this is. It's civil discourse. This is our public meeting. So if you take it personal, whomever, I'm not saying anyone is or isn't, that has nothing to do with what I've said, but everything to do with about your ability to be a part of the process. So, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, fellow board members, executive team, those in the audience, and student representative Jennifer. I think this is a question for our attorney on the policy side. I know, Madam President, you mentioned during your comment that our team, our meeting conferred team is designated by the board, and this is a question for me for learning and knowledge, because I've been here for 8 years. And I haven't been part of that conversation as to who selects the team to represent our board. I know it changes all the time, I think every year, with the exception of like the chair in the past has been Victoria for a few years, or Susan Doyle as well. But the people and the administrators or the district employees have changed over time as it does on the CEA side. So is that a function of the board president, that the board president designates that with the superintendent, or the superintendent designates a team? Just a point of clarification, because I know I haven't been part of that process, and it was new to me today. Thank you.
Sorry, and I may need others to help chime in here, but I'll try to respond to the legal question. Nothing I've seen gives clarity, black and white answer to your question in policy. Policy does not designate specifically how many members are on the team, who chooses the team, those kinds of things. We have a very brief, direct, to the point, 2 or 3 sentence policy on the meet and confer process. So I don't know if historically, if Ms. Farrar or Superintendent Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, if you want to speak to that. I think what we did this year, the superintendent designated the team. I don't recall if it was approved formally by the board or if it was just in conversation through her conversations with the board president. But it was somewhat informal because the board policy allows that informality.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mr. Stratman. I know I've seen the age policy, and it's very vague and like simple as of like the meet and confer process. I know that we do have a local and they represent the employees, but I don't think unless like the screen is cut off, like sometimes I feel like the policy is not aligned well, at least on the format. So I don't know if I'm missing a piece, but yes, the policy is very vague, a few sentences. And I know in the past, it's more like a volunteer. Who wants to volunteer your time after work to come to do meet and confer? Just like the committees that we have, as well as some of the committees are open to employees who would like to participate, but that was just my main question. Thank you.
Board President, members of the board, Vice President Lopez, audience and team, executive, our honored guests and students. It isn't about who wants to volunteer. We're very thoughtful and very specific on our side and who we choose to be on the team. I'm very proud of our board team, and as a superintendent, I have chosen the team, and yes, I have spoken to the board president. And at any time, the governing board can contact me personally about that. Not the members, just the team. The chair. Who's the chair? Okay.
Really quick for clarification purposes, we do vote on the chair. Chairs. Yes, Ms. Hernandez. And then we're moving on to a vote.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience and those watching. I just want to go back. You've been on here on this board for 8 years. Every year we arrive at this conversation. There is a proposal. We do have a discussion. And I believe that at any point that any board member might not agree, because we've had these conversations before. We might not agree, want to see somebody else there. And we've kind of evolved because, again, I'll reiterate, I asked, are we looking, is there something else that will engage us, another model that will engage us in a different, to cover something that we're missing. But regardless, my humble observation for years is that it doesn't matter who we have there. When we have the monies, it'll go well and you're going to be liked. When we don't have the monies, it won't. I think it's just human nature. That's just my humble observation. And again, I remain open to discussing and see if there's any other option, because I don't think it will differ regardless of who we have here. And I believe the conversation in the past has been that the superintendent recommends the person who's more working closer to that topic of discussion that has that expertise. But I know in the past it's been changed, and we tried a different one, and it doesn't change the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. With that, we are going to move on to a motion. I'd like to make a motion for approval of our retroactive modifications to the 2022-2023 current year salary schedules to provide pay increases to certified and educational support personnel at the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board public hearing with regular governing board meeting for September 27th, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. We do have a motion made by myself, Marissa Hernandez, a second by governing board member Lydia Hernandez, and we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Governing board Abetia, how do you vote?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I want to vote on this yet. Can I
do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, pass.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Vice President Lopez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I vote aye as well. Do you need 30 seconds? It's vote time. You can abstain if you feel the need.
I think I'm going to vote yes, but I hope that we can continue this discussion as far as like the pay increase for our ESPs. Just have working in that experience. It's very challenging. I've taken time to not comment, to just kind of reflect on what other people are saying, especially my first time experiencing this process. I mean, I've done other budgets, but this conversation in particular. But I really hope that we can. I feel like this is a really big issue on the state and not so much on because we didn't budget correctly. And so I'm hoping that we can continue this conversation down in the future, especially depending on what happens within the next, couple of months with the AEL and what the process of that happens and how it continues to affect public schools and K through 12 funding. But I will say that it's a difficult yes on my end to want to say yes to only 40 cents, even though it is a 5% compared to, there's like a 2% difference between our classified and certified. But I will go ahead and vote yes with hopefully the understanding that we'll come back to this in the future to continue on bringing the pay increase for everyone at the table.
Thank you, Ms. Abeitia. And the motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to our next item, which is I. We are at our report summary of current events, and this is presented by Dr. Aguilar-Lawler.
Thank you, Board President, members of the Governing Board. Before we start with our presentations, as we had approved our consent agenda, we missed a very important celebration and announcement. And I would like for the following two individuals to please come forward from way back. Stand up here so we can see you. That's the initiation. That's the initiation. All right, so congratulations to Vanessa Lozano, who's going to be our new Assistant Director of STEM and College and Career Readiness. Yay, Vanessa. And congratulations to Nathaniel Neef, a new Assistant Principal of Frank Borman School. Thank you. And now I'm going to be introducing Dr. Heather Cruz. She's going to, just a little background, and I know we have Miss Angela here, our parents, but the field trip initiative came from our PAC, our Parent Advisory Council. They wanted to ensure that our scholars had access and opportunity beyond the classroom. And so I'm really excited tonight to share that every single scholar in our school district is going to be provided with field experiences. And again, anyone out in the audience, including our scholar who wants to share, please feel free to do so after the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Cruz.
Good evening. Let's see. Is it on? Okay. Good evening, President Hernandez, Superintendent Aguilar-Lawler, Governing Board members, executive team, members in our audience, and members watching on YouTube. It is really, truly a pleasure to bring you an update on our field trip program. This has really been, I know, a passion project for Dr. Aguilar-Lawler and our parents, and really a fun project for our Ed Services team. This first came about as Dr. Aguilar-Lawler went around the district and did her listening tours, and everybody gave what she called magic wand items, right? If you had a magic wand, what would you change, and what would you have in the district? And so our parents told her that they really wanted to have experiences for their scholars in our district, and so we've been putting together this field trip program, and over the last 2 years, it's morphed and changed, and we really think that this year it's really going to hit a home run. So we had a committee together with our ed services team and assistant principals. They met to look at academic standards. I want to be clear, these are academic field trips that they're going on. One location was chosen for each grade level, and all scholars will attend these field trips. So this is academic in nature, so there won't be any exclusions for behavior or discipline. All scholars will be attending these trips, and most importantly, they are free of charge to all of our scholars. So I just want to go through, this is a sheet that we put together for our Parent Advisory Council when we met with them a couple weeks ago that just highlighted each grade level and where they're going to be going. We tried to come up, obviously, with a theme and a focus for each grade level, and then we chose a place that they're going. And this could really change each and every year as we maybe change locations and get feedback from our parents and our scholars as they attend. So as you can see, kindergarten, the theme is farms, and they're going to go to Tomachov Farms, if you're familiar with that, in Glendale. And first grade, they're going to the Children's Museum of Phoenix. Second grade, you're all familiar with our Hall of Flames museum tour, which is wildly, wildly popular with all of our scholars. Third grade, they're going to, it is a zoo experience, so they can go to either the World Wildlife Zoo or the Phoenix Zoo. And we'll be looking at both of those based on availability. And then in the fourth grade, they're going to go to the Arizona Science Museum. And so based on when they go, they may get a variety of experiences based on what special theme that they're doing at the museum at the time, etc. And then fifth grade, they are doing, they're going to the Child's Play, and they actually are going to the theater to see this. So the Child's Play is not coming to them, they're going to the theater, which is so exciting for our scholars. When do our young scholars ever get a chance to go to the theater? And then fifth grade, we are also starting to infuse our CCR and STEM activities in this as well. So you'll see more activities come into that. So they're going to the Sky Harbor Airport and also have some WestMec activities as well. Sixth grade, they are going to the Lake Pleasant Outdoor Experience, which if you haven't seen that as a part of their outdoor ed experience, such a phenomenal experience. So we're really excited about that. And then sixth grade, as a part of their CCR and STEM experience, we have a number of Arizona companies that we've partnered with that they will be going to visit and do different activities. And you can see just a sprinkling of them there on the sheet. So very excited about that. And then seventh and eighth grade, seventh grade, this one actually came from Dr. Aguilar-Lawler. I think she was driving down to Tucson. She goes, hey, have we thought about the biosphere? And we actually sent some staff down to check it out to say, hey, is this still everything we think it is? And it truly is. So we're sending every seventh grader down to see the biosphere too. So we're very, very excited about that. Aligns with so many of our science standards and our writing standards, and so very excited about that. And then they are also going to visit some of our small Phoenix Union specialty schools as seventh graders, because if we wait till they're in eighth grade, it's too late to make that choice. So we're going to start that in seventh grade. And then in eighth grade, they're going to start visiting local universities and also take trips to local Phoenix Union high schools as they're starting to make those high school choices. And then, of course, we count our eighth grade kickoff as one of our activities as well. And I also did want to highlight, you know, we will be bringing a presentation at some point from our new grant writer, Mr. Daniel Coffinger, but he did just write a grant that we just won, actually, for a little bonus field trip for our fourth graders to get to go to the Orpheum Theater to see a string experience. So that's another little, just a bonus experience that they're going to go, all fourth graders in the district, and it came with transportation. So they get to go on these lovely charter buses to the Orpheum Theater. So for another bonus field trip for free. So amazing experiences happening for our scholars in the Cartwright School District. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
I have a question just regarding the 8th grade visiting like the Phoenix Union High Schools. I'm part of the 8th grade, so I'm like really excited to like go there in the future, especially to universities. But like I have like just a question. It's like a really small question. Sorry. Are we gonna like visit like specific schools or like are we gonna visit like all of them? Like
President Hernandez, Superintendent Aguilar-Lawler, Student Representative Jennifer, Governing Board, Executive Team, and audience. That's an excellent question. You are actually going to sign up for, I believe it's your top 2, and then we're going to make that all work like magic with all our transportation. So I won't go into specifics right now, but I believe that's the plan. I'm hoping that my team's not freaking out behind me, but I believe that's the plan, that all of our 8th graders will sign up for their top 2, and we're going to send you to those schools to visit.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to know because I think that it's a great idea to like, like send students so like they can like, experience the school, see where they want to go, and just like, for example, like the universities, that's like something I think is quite important because I went to GCU for a field trip for the program Latinos in Action, which is a program that I love. It's an amazing program. And I think when I went to GCU, I feel like a lot of my like classmates are telling me this is like a great opportunity to like get started, to like think like I'm probably going to go to the school in the future, or just get like a plan in their head just to get like started and like to get educated on stuff that it's like valuable for them and their lives. So yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. President Hernandez, Superintendent Aguilar-Lawler, Student Representative Jennifer, and the rest of the team, I think you summarized it very well. That is really the point of all of this, that if you see it, then we know that you can be it, right? And so these experiences are incredibly important to our scholars. We need them to think bigger than just where they are today. They need to think, down the road for their future. And just as you said, like all it took was just one visit, and now you're already thinking globally down the road. So we want all of our scholars to think in that way. So thank you for modeling that this evening.
I know, Ms. Harris, I know this is your first meeting up here, but would you like to come up to the podium? Do you have anything you'd like to add? Yeah, come on up.
I don't know how to address everybody. Thank you for having me, board members and the team. I'm sorry, I don't know how to address everybody. The whole point of asking for more field trips is to, like you said, widen your everybody's, all the students' horizons, to show you what it is, more things that are out there instead of what it is that's just in the classroom. I have 3 kids myself, and they don't know everything that is out there. But if we could show you and give you a glimpse of some of the different things, some of the different opportunities that you have out there, then you can, it will give you an idea of maybe I could do this, maybe I could do that. Or when I go to college, I could see, get interested in doing these certain kinds of classes. And then you could soar so much higher. So that's the whole point of doing the field trips and asking for that. So I'm glad that you see that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Our parent voice is important as well. Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make another comment regarding what you have said. I do believe that when kids, like younger kids of younger grade levels, when they go out in the world and they see things, they like, their mind is like growing bigger, and they just, all that stuff, it helps them become what they will become in like life. Because when you tell a kid about like a zoo or something like that, they just heard it. They never seen it before, and when they seen it, they're like, wow, I never knew this could happen. And that's just like, for example, like grade levels like mine, when we go to like university and school like that, it helps us like see and plan out. And it's like, you know, like we can see things instead of just hearing. And when you hear things, you don't hear all about it, but when you see them and you like visualize them, it's like, you know, this is actually going to help me in life. And I think when little kids, it's great to like teach them and educate them young, because then later down the road, it's going to help them a lot. Because when they're grown, they're just, it's kind of like, they can still learn, but like, it's kind of like too late. But when you start a kid's mind, like making it like making a kid smarter and educated, it's going to help them. It's going to help them a lot, like down the road. And I just think that expanding a kid's mind, teenager's mind, is just really it's really helpful for them.
Good job. Any comments, Ms. Abathia? Governing Board Member Abathia.
Heather's fine. Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, and our guest, Jennifer. I actually wanted to have a couple of questions, and then I just wanted to put some input in regards to the 8th grade field trips. I'm not sure if like Phoenix Union reaches out to our 8th grade schools. Yeah, they do that now. Yeah, so when I was at Atkinson, we just went to either Maryville or Trevor Brown. That was your pick. Maybe Metro Tech if you like knew people that went there and you knew what that school was for. But you had to like figure it out once you got to high school that like you could venture outside of like just Maryville community, right? So eventually I moved over to North High School, and that's where I graduated from. But when I was a senior, my sister, super brainiac, was like, I want to be in the IB program. Mostly my mom was forcing her to go to the same school as me. So she was like, I need to have a reason to go to the school. But at the time, you know, I mean, I'm sure you can understand, you want to go to school where your friends are going to school. So my sister got like 10, 15 kids from Atkinson's, like whatever team was like the smartest team at that time, got them to go do a tour at North for their IB program. And then North started in like a touring process. They used to only do it with certain elementary school districts within their feeder. So I think that's like Creighton Elementary School District and maybe Osborne. But they ventured out eventually. So I'm not sure as far as like what other Phoenix Union schools do it, but if you definitely are like looking into, you know, what kind of high school I want to go to, depending on what kind of programs that they have, right? There's a lot of magnets that they have as far as like IB, or Metro Tech has, you know, like 200 of them. I think South Mountain is for like the fine arts, you know, you could list them. Figure out which ones, you know, make a list of things, and whichever your top two you don't get to go to, you know, try to get you and your friends. I can maybe give you in contact with my sister, figure out how she did that. But that's definitely something to keep in consideration is, you know, it doesn't have to be limited on what, you know, this field trip opportunity is going to be able to provide. I believe Phoenix Union is very proactive now on making sure that students across the Phoenix or the metropolitan area are able to go to different schools and be able to give you that information. So I just wanted to kind of point that out for you. And then did have a couple of questions. So one, who decides or chooses what field trips to go on? Do the classroom teachers get input, and where and what time of the year are we planning all of these field trips?
President Hernandez, Superintendent Aguilar-Lawler, Student Representative Jennifer, Governing Board, Executive Team, and our viewing audience. Ms. Abetia, let me take your questions kind of in tandem here. So last year we did this where our teachers really had choice, and we just stuck with the theme, and we kind of had several options underneath the choice, and the schools set them up all on their own. And it became very cumbersome for the schools to handle all of that. So this year, what we did was we put the committee together. We said, this is where we're going to go for each grade level. And our team is actually doing all the work. We set it up. Here's the date you're going. We do the transportation. We book the venue. We do all of the work. And we just tell the school, hey, here's when your field trip is. We let you know way ahead of time, and we coordinate with the school. We do all the transportation. We do all of that. So we do all the work, and they show up and they go. So we're going to see how that works this year. It takes all of the work off the teachers, except for, they do the tracking of the field trip, the permission slips with the scholars. But aside from that, that's really all they do. We do all the other work. So we're hoping that is really going to alleviate all the burden, and this way we ensure that every scholar goes on the field trip. I'd like to come back to the other piece with addressing our partnership with Phoenix Union, which is quite robust, I might add. A number of us meet with Phoenix Union on quite a regular basis. Phoenix Union presents to all of our schools, all of our eighth graders coming up here. As Jennifer doesn't know yet because it's just a little bit early, but coming up here pretty soon, we'll start those eighth grade presentations where they'll get presentations on every single school in the Phoenix Union School District. So they'll be exposed to every single school in the district. We make sure that they have that opportunity to be exposed to every single one of those schools, so that they know that every single school and what they offer, including all of the magnet schools across the district. And, that includes, how they get there, all of the stuff, right? So that they're not just limited to Maryvale and Trevor Brown. Right? They can look at the Coding Academy. They can look at the IB program at North. They can look at all of the, the Fire and Police Academy. There's all kinds of things they can look at. They don't just have to be limited to just right here. They can look at any school in the Phoenix Union School District. So we make sure that they know that.
Thank you. I'm sure it's grown. I mean, that was what, 12? 13 years. I'm not,
right.
I don't know. I'm not going to do
quite a robust partnership. So we'd be happy to come back and talk to the governing board about all the different things we do for college and career readiness. It's actually quite robust.
In regards to the teachers having input, is there a way that we can implement making sure that teachers and admin have an input as far as I'm sure what times, when, because I'm sure all of that is going to interfere with how they set up curriculum, right? Or not curriculum, something like that.
All of that.
Pregnancy brain.
After this year, our plan is to gather input and then make the appropriate modifications.
Okay.
So we would absolutely love to take any and all of their input. Our goal was to totally take it off of their plates so that they didn't have to have one more thing to worry about. But we're happy to take any and all input.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions from board members? No? Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Moving on to item, I think you're next too, so you might want to stay there. Moving on to item B, which is Arizona's Academic Standards Assessment, AASA Test Score Update, Dr. Cruz and Dr. Rosso. Go ahead.
Thank you. Vice President Lopez, Superintendent Aguilar-Lawler, Student Representative Jennifer, Governing Board, Executive Team, and our viewing audience. We are happy to present our state testing results here this evening. And actually, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Razo. We're going to kind of tag team a little bit.
So good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar-Lawler, executive team, and our special guest, Jennifer. We are going to go right into our presentation of our state testing results. These assessments were administered in April of last year. We use these scores to look at several things for our students. We look at acceleration, we look at growth, how our students do compared to their like peers. Because of the COVID impact, we continue to look at how that is impacting achievement, where our students have gaps, and how to fill those gaps for them. And these state test scores are just one piece of data that we look at as the district to make the comprehensive picture of our student success. So what you have on this chart is you have the percent of students that are passing English language arts on the state test. And there's two state tests that are administered. The AASA is for students in 3rd through 8th grade, and it includes reading and writing. The MSAA is our alternative assessment. So our special education, a small population of our special education students will take that test. So that is the difference in the students you have there. And so you have the number of students that participate in the MSAA. We do have the gap year where there was not a state test administered because of COVID, but you can see in all of our grades, we have seen improvement, with the exception of the 5th grade in English language arts. Okay. We also have the percent passing math, and we did see as a district and as a state and really as a nation that our students, their math scores were impacted at a higher rate than our reading and writing. So it's wonderful to see the increases in our math as we still work through filling those gaps for our students. Okay. And then we take a look, we always want to take a look at how our students are performing in comparison to the state of Arizona. So when we look at these numbers, these are all of the students combined, those students that take the AASA and those that take the alternative as well. So you have Arizona student performance, and then you have Cartwrights for English language arts. And you have the same information for math. And then we always like to take a look at how we're doing, since it is public, with our surrounding districts. So you can see our percentages passing the state tested areas, English language arts. Some of them said not reported, and those are issues with those districts and their data with the state that they need to fix. So that's all that's currently posted in the file that's made public by ADE. And then you can see we have the same information for the math in our surrounding districts. Again, we can see that math had a greater impact due to the COVID, so we're happy to see those results. So we do use, as I said, this is just one piece of data we look at when we look at our student performance. We really want to see where our students are not only academically on the state test, but the tests they take with us internally. So it's all part of a bigger process I like to tell the principals that the data is the voice of the child telling you what they need. And that's what our test scores are. So now, Dr. Cruz.
So then really when you look at our test scores, you think, okay, so how are you responding to these, right? So we've put a lot of academic supports in place. You remember, of course, our 3 textbook adoptions that you were so kind to approve about a year back. We've been implementing those. We have acceleration specialists in all of our schools. We're doing pretty robust after-school intervention and tutoring, some during the day, and intervention support, obviously, during the day in all of our schools. Lots of differentiated instruction. We have online programs with both Lexia on the ELA side and Alex on the mathematics side that are available to all of our scholars online and 24/7. And then, also we need to develop our teachers as well. So we've engaged in some professional development through Math 2020, which is a partnership with the Pima County Superintendent's Office, which is robust professional development, looking at mathematics and the teaching of those standards for our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers. And then writing training for all, which I'm sure you've seen in some of my governing board updates and some of our monthly reports that we just did our first training just this past Friday. So we're very excited about that training, looking across our district at a systematic writing process for all of our teachers. And then, of course, our professional learning communities, which is teacher collaboration built into our calendar, our visible learning work that's done with our principals and through Patricia Lopez and all of that work with professional development, our learning rounds, and we're sending all of our principals to our Visible Learning Conference here coming up in November. So really looking forward to that professional development that they're going to bring back to our campuses. And knowing that we're seeing improvements and seeing improvements even this year has started off in really such a more positive light than last year. We continue to support all of our students and knowing that, all of our scholars are really so much more than just one test score. And of course, we're happy to answer and address any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz and Dr. Razzo. Is that Ms. Hernandez?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience and those watching. I'm looking at the numbers, and although we've had these discussions before about how how we arrived here, the factors coming into play, but I'm still having a very difficult time and challenging time accepting the numbers that I see up on the screen, even amidst our neighboring school districts, but shocking as to the scores, even though they're percentages, but we're looking at 15, 20s, and 30s percent academic reading level and math. Just wanted to make sure that we continue to focus on this, moving forward, because it is like at the epitome and the core as to what we're doing here and why we're centered around this conversation. Thank you. Thank you. Not necessarily a question. I'm just continue to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hernandez. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item C, which is social emotional learning update with Dr. Perez. Go ahead, sir.
I think Ms. Hadigi wanted to say
Okay.
something.
Emma Hadigi, go ahead.
You, Governing Board President, Ms. Hernandez, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, board members and executive team, Ms. Jennifer, and audience. Yes, I do hear what you're saying, Board Member Hernandez, but we did want to remind everyone that we had a lot of absences. And I think a lot of the districts suffered the same issues that we had. And so that's why I think it was mentioned earlier that we're really working hard on attendance. And so I think now we're going to really hear from Dr. Perez, who's going to be talking about social emotional learning and the importance of that, because I think we kind of heard earlier when our principal Trujillo talked about how important these extra staff members have been. Specifically, she mentioned the RTIB and the counselors. And it's because that connection between academics and social emotional learning, but we also have to remember that when kids are not in school, they're not going to learn. So I want to go ahead and introduce Dr. Perez, and he is going to be giving us an SEL update. And just wanted to remind everybody that this is his first year in the Cartwright School District, and he spent many years in Anaheim. So you may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, President Hernandez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, executive team, guests here in the audience, and those watching on YouTube. It gives me great joy to stand before you and share what I've learned since starting in July as the new Director of Social and Emotional Learning and Community Programs, the amazing programs, resources, and staff who support our scholars through the social and emotional lens. I hope the Social and Emotional Learning SEL update sheds light on the great things occurring here in our district. Our current governing board goals highlight the importance of the social and emotional learning. They promote social and emotional learning and equity to ensure scholar success. And research shows that for academic achievement to occur, the social and emotional well-being of our scholars is essential. Before we can capture a scholar's brain, we must capture their heart. Therefore, it will be my responsibility to carry out this district goal with implementing new programs and addressing the importance of social and emotional learning. Our current SEL staffing. Currently, all school sites have a school counselor except for Borman Elementary, who's being supported by our wonderful social and emotional learning specialists, our SELs, who are our social workers. As for our SELs, we still have 5 openings. And as you know, staffing has been an issue across the state, and we will continue to work with our Human Resource Department to recruit the highest quality candidates for these positions. And our safe and caring team members, all of our schools who have 6th through 8th grade scholars have a safe and caring team member and are contributing to the safety and security of our school sites. At the beginning of my tenure, I was able to work and clarify our vision for social and emotional learning. With the support and guidance of our executive team, I decided to break it down into 3 areas: clarify, calibrate, and create. Clarify, I want to come in building relationships with district, school site, and program leaders and assess and clarify the current program status. What's in place? What systems are there? What procedures and or protocols exist or are needed? Calibrate. I want to avoid duplication of efforts and to maximize resources and effectiveness. I want to align resources and practices and make sure that those systems, procedures, protocols are functioning at all sites, while at the same time determine the effectiveness of current practices and determine their strengths, needs, and gaps of those practices. And finally, create. I want to research and find programs that create processes to fill these gaps and needs and celebrate the systems that are already in place and are functioning properly. Now, this is the first SEL strategy we're working on implementing at all school sites to support our scholars. The ability for our scholars to self-monitor, self-regulate, and self-assess themselves. This SEL strategy allows for us to have district-wide common language and common practice from the time the scholar boards the bus to the classroom and everywhere in between. So how does this strategy work? Our educators greet our scholars at the door with positive energy with their own handshake, dance, fist bump, etc. As a scholar enters the classroom, they self-assess, self-monitor, using the zones of regulation. What zone am I in? Am I in the red zone? Am I mad or angry? Do I need time and space? Am I in the yellow zone? Am I feeling frustrated or worried? Or am I in the blue zone? Am I feeling tired or sleepy? And finally, the green zone. I feel happy, calm, and focused, ready to learn. This emotional check-in strategy allows a scholar to then place, for this example, a popsicle stick with their name on it in one of the 4 colors into a corresponding jar, allowing the educator to quickly assess the emotional well-being of his or her scholars. Our educators can then pull the scholars who have self-assessed in any of the zones other than green and find out what problem or issue the scholar is having. This allows our educators to be proactive instead of reactive prior to our scholar having a meltdown or displaying disruptive behaviors. But more importantly, this SEL strategy allows our scholars to identify their emotions and gives them the avenue to show the adult educator what they're feeling. We did several training sessions of this presentation at the Cartwright conference, and we have also been able to train all these people on the slide, and we even trained all district administrators. Unfortunately, we did not reach all certificated staff at the Cartwright conference. Our principals, assistant principals, and counselors have a PowerPoint presentation and the following posters you will see in the next few slides. I have also presented this presentation at professional development school site meetings, and I'm available for all school sites as well. So this poster here is for our kindergarten through 2nd grade students. This is for our 3rd through 5th. And our 6th through 8th scholars. Mr. Raul Peña, Executive Director of SEL, and I are visiting school sites in order to ensure the best SEL strategies are being implemented and practiced across the district. And I brought a couple of handouts here that I'll pass out shortly so that you can see what we're looking at each school site. I was also invited to the Superintendent Scholar Council Advisory Group to learn how our scholars are seeing and dealing with bullying. Our scholar representatives shared experiences with seeing, hearing about bullying, specifically social media and cyberbullying. Our discussion focused on being proactive and communicating with adults on their campuses when it comes to cyberbullying or bullying. Scholars believe communication is the first step in decreasing bullying incidents. I explained to scholars that unaddressed behavior becomes accepted behavior. Scholars understood the concept, and one female scholar stated she had heard from Mr. Calvin Terrell say, "Hurt people, hurt people." This was an aha for most of us. Discussion also focused on peer mediation and/or restorative practices. Scholars felt students who are being bullied and perceived bullies need to meet with adults to communicate how they are feeling and restore relationships. As educators, discussion needs to focus on our current SEL curriculum, how are we teaching students to advocate for themselves when bullying is occurring, and what steps do they have to take to report incidents. And another part of our discussion was around school expectations such as PBIS. I will be working with our team to ensure our school administrators know the importance of communicating school expectations, such as PBIS stations, and how essential it is for our scholars to understand what is required from them. Thank you once again for your continued support of social and emotional learning, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Did you want to share?
I just wanted to say a comment. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Carlos. All right, thank you for your presentation. I have to agree with a lot of points you made about how unaddressed behavior is turned into something that's like common, or like something that's just like I had the word in mind, but I forgot it. But it's just like something that when kids tend to like do something that hurts others, and they don't get like called out, they don't like they don't get like disciplined or anything. It just becomes common among others. So if a kid gets like bullied, then they're gonna think that's normal. They're gonna learn how. They're gonna think that that behavior is acceptable, or that nobody's willing to help them with that situation. And when you mentioned about coming to about hurt people, and that isn't an echo, it's just like something that like really stuck with me, because that is really, really true. Because when people like, especially kids, bottle up their emotions, or they're like really hurt, and like I said, they are thought by other peers that it's normalized, like it's okay to like, if people hurt you, you can seek revenge. Like, that's fine. Like, you can go and hurt other people. And I feel like if it doesn't get, like, called out, or if kids don't get the attention they need, it's just going to become more worse and worse, because I've seen that throughout the years, cyberbullying, or just bullying in general, it gets to people's mind, like kids' minds especially, because there's, like, so easily, like, some kids are, like, more sensitive than others. And they think that, they might get hurt, their emotions, they get scared. And like, for example, school is a place that it's for safety, it's for community, and it's a sense of like family, if it's put that way. I don't think no kid should ever like feel afraid to attend school, should feel vulnerable, or just like sad, or like might just even hate school because of what their peers do. So I agree a lot with your presentation, and like thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Ms. Abethia?
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, and our special guest. And also thank you, Dr. Perez. This was a very detailed, which I love, presentation. I'm really excited to see how far we can go as a district with the social emotional learning. I do really love, and this is going to sound really weird to say, but I really do love the aspect of we're progressing these different zones. This is something you typically just see in preschool and kindergarten, and then it stops at a certain point. And then, your upper grade levels, they have these emotional needs that are not being addressed, or it's just kind of brushed off. It might be addressed individually depending on certain behaviors or certain, issues that are brought to light to our staff members in regards to that child. But I really like this. Mostly, my previous time working in Glendale, we actually had a day where a class got divided up into our classroom, and in SPED we do this every day, and sometimes our kids pick the funniest things of what they're feeling for the day, even though they might say I'm sad or something, but they're super happy throughout the day. But we, in particular, one day we had a group of I believe anywhere from 6th to 8th grade class come in, and I remember this one boy in particular was like, oh, wow, because, in the morning we ask everybody how they're feeling and, to pick a color, and we asked them as well, and they were like, what are we doing? This is weird. But there was one boy that was like, wow, I wish everybody cared about my feelings. It was something, it was a joke, but it really was a moment of oh, wow, okay. So to see that we're really focusing on that, and we're not stopping at any grade level, I think that that's amazing. Especially because being closer in age with our student representative, I can relate in the fact that we are our younger generation is addressing a lot of their emotional needs, even outside of the classroom. I think children are starting to be very vocal about, setting boundaries, creating boundaries, like what that means, understanding communication, breaking generational trauma. They're very aware to what these words are and what, TikTok is amazing and it really goes into depth for some things for people. So I think the fact that with the social media and the aspect of cyberbullying and addressing that, I know that our kids in our district and future kids, just in general in our population, are going to start addressing their social emotional needs, and the fact that we're doing it at this very breakdown level, I think, is amazing. Is this a California thing? Because I'm excited for it. I will accept the California.
Part of it, but I can tell you that the resources and the systems that you've already established here in Cartwright, they have already been leading to this process.
Mm-hmm.
So the work that has transpired prior to my arrival here, and the work that the principals and assistant principals, counselors, RTIBs that they are doing, social workers, is really putting this in place. And so the rollout's a lot easier. We already have a couple of schools who are really looking to purchase the zones of regulation program. So to implement it across the school site already is something that it's a good note for all of us, so to see that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in Arizona will sit there and say, like, don't, California, my Arizona, but yeah. I will take it for this. I also did have a question as far as what is the district planning to do in the social emotional needs aspect for students with the extreme behavior needs? Is this the first step, is this a first step to address that, or is there something that's not really talked about in this slide for those that have a higher behavioral needs than maybe just somebody who's feeling angry in the classroom that one day, but versus a child who's always coming to class very angry?
Well, President Hernandez, Superintendent Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, members of the board, executive cabinet, that's something that definitely we are working, again, with Mr. Peña and myself. We are looking at that. Well, the way we're looking at it is obviously two sides of what we're talking about. We have the social and emotional aspect of it, the safe side. Then we have the other side, which is the proactive or the reactive side, so the proactive, reactive. But we're obviously trying to identify those students with all the work that we do through RTI, Tier 1 steps, best practices, finding those students accommodations, modifications for them, working with also our Department of Special Education to identify and then take them to the different tiers, providing them those services that they may need that requires them to have much more intense resources that they may need. So it's important that we do identify them, but at the same time provide the strategies to support them as well. So I'm hoping that answers, but we are working to, again, calibrate all of those resources and make sure that everything's available for our school sites. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, fellow board members, executive team, those on the audience, and student representative Jennifer, Mr. Perez, Dr. Perez, sorry. Just to follow up to that last question, I know today you and I were part of a meeting with the community support group, but just quickly to that question, can you briefly describe the type of district employees or staff members that can get deployed to a school for a situation? I know we have like the counselors and some of the other groups that can support with that question.
Can you clarify just one more?
Yeah, such a long question and comment. I think we have the RTIVs.
RTIVs.
And counselors, right, and psychologists, the social workers as well. So I assume when situations like this happen with extreme behavioral needs,
yes,
those employees get sent to the sites, just like whenever we have extreme community issues, we send Dr. Perez and other representatives to the communities, to the schools, to break the news to the students, to the school. I assume that in this case is we have a team of district employees that we can send to a site.
That is correct. So, Madam President, Superintendent Dr. Aguilar Lawler, Executive Cabinet, members of the audience, Student Representative Jennifer. Yes, actually, every school site currently does have RTIB, which is a Response to Intervention Behavioral Specialist. Our social workers are sent out in case of an emergency. They are there to provide services and supports. All school sites have a counselor, except for Borman. Still, we're trying to find one for them. And then we also have our school psychologists, and they are teams along with our assistant principals and principals to meet those needs, those those students that have high behaviors or needs. They're there to meet whatever it is that they may have. At the same time, they do give us a call. They can call Mr. Pena or myself, and then we can deploy ourselves out there as well to provide those services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer, student representative, just another comment I wanted to say. Nowadays, I think that many kids, they learn to or they adapt to keeping their emotions inside, bottled up. I've seen many cases or my friends, they're like, I wish I had somebody I could tell my problems, or I could just pour them out, because it feels too much. And when I think about it, it's most kids, they're scared to express how they feel because in the environment they're grown up in, or because many other kids, many other the classmates, they're like, why would you say that stuff? Or they judge them. And I don't think a kid, no matter where they come from, no matter who they are, they should never ever be scared to express or show how they feel. But that's the sad thing about nowadays, that many kids are just oh, what if they judge me, or they're scared. And I think that having a counselor for every single school, that's a great idea. But it's also, I think a good idea would be showing kids that they can go to somebody, because when kids don't realize, many kids don't know that there's a counselor. So when you tell them hey, if you need somebody, if you need emotional support, if you need to express how you feel, and learn that it's okay that sometimes people may not agree with you, but that's out of your bubble. You are you, and you are amazing no matter what. And just showing them that there's always going to be somebody in their life, especially us kids, students. I think that that's a great idea, because again, I don't think any kid should ever be scared to express how they feel or think that they might be judged because of anything, how they feel they are or where they come from, etc.
Agreed with you. That's correct.
Thank you, Jennifer. I would concur. Over there, I mean, I don't want to be a kid in this day and age, because everything is just too immediate. Social media, it just spreads like wildfire. They don't have to wait at home until somebody calls them on their phone on the wall. It's immediate. Everybody has access to technology. And with my own scholar, it can be difficult, even as a parent, to know that she's struggling and that she sometimes doesn't even feel like she can tell me, or she's just so overwhelmed from making it through the day that she just shuts down completely. The thing that I really, 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 really appreciate is that you have your different levels, and it's appropriate for each age group. And when you start to get to the older scholars, our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, it becomes not just how you're feeling, but ways to manage those emotions. And I'm sure at the younger grade levels too, there's probably more interaction between the teacher and the other scholars because they're younger and they're more open to it. Once you hit a certain age, it's I don't know what happens. I remember being a child, but not so much. But I do appreciate that we've got those built-in mechanisms within the graph, because things like belly breathing, meditation, brain breaks, get a snack, get some water. Sometimes drinking cold water will stop you from crying. I learned that from a friend. Those are really important because when we don't know how to manage our emotions, at some point we just snap and it all just comes out, and whoever's in the way is going to get it. Doesn't matter if they were the one that deserved it or not, it's just going to happen. So I definitely appreciate that we're working on that within the district. And there's times where I'll have my own daughter, even if she can't express what she needs to say, just let her know she doesn't have to. But then I make her do this really annoying thing, which does help with your nervous system, where you breathe really deep and then you make an audible sound on your exhale, and it vibrates your nervous system. So you do it a couple of times, but I don't make her tell me how she feels until she's ready. So these things are really good and powerful mechanisms to help our scholars to be able to do that regulation of their systems without, until the time that they feel safe to be able to share. And it's a difficult world. Hey, even soccer is more difficult than I think it was when I didn't play soccer. I'm a fat kid, till today. But I go to all my daughter's games and I see it and I hear it afterwards, and we have these long discussions about the things that the other kids on the other team said, and those, conversations of what was in the moment. It happened. You've done it before too, and you know how it is. And so we have these really long conversations. But great to see that we're making strides. I look forward to continued efforts. I've heard nothing but great things. And Ms. Garcia is a hard one to please, so you've got her vote. So I definitely appreciate the presentation, and it spoke to our scholar here on the dais, so we know that it's working. And with our superintendent's council of our scholars, we'll continue to look towards having more updates and information and ways to continue to help our scholars with their emotions and be successful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governing Board President, members of the Governing Board Executive Team, Scholar, Jennifer, and those in the audience, our special guests. I think this will answer some of the questions about what we're doing. I'm going to ask Patricia Lopez and Principal Debbie Kinsley to come forward to do a presentation on what our teachers and staff and principals doing at our schools.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you. There, now I can hear myself. Good evening, President Hernandez, Governing Board, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, Student Representative Jennifer. So nice to have you here and to sit near your parents. Very nice to be with them as well. All those in attendance and all of those watching. Recent research from the Wallace Foundation shows that principals indeed have an impact on academic achievement much higher than we once thought. This past month, Dr. Lawler and I have been with principals, and we've been talking to them about their fall evaluation conference and what's going on at their school. They have shared with us their current data and their goals, along with the focus areas of their integrated action plan, and how they are supporting the 3 district goals, which includes SEL, Jennifer. This evening, we have an example of the important work our principals are doing. Proud principal, Debbie Kinsley from Holiday Park, will share with us the work she's doing at her school. It's a great example of what all the principals are doing at their schools. So, Debbie, go right ahead. Thank you.
All right, everyone, I'll start off like I do every morning, and I say, it's grow time. All right, just wanted to make sure. Oh, we're going the wrong way. See, I just had to make it fun. Do I have to go all the way through it? All right, I'll go ahead and get started then. So that's how I greet the students every morning. After I do the announcements, I tell them it's grow time. So good evening, President Hernandez, members of the governing board, Dr. Leanne Aguilar-Lawler, executive team, student representative Jennifer, and those viewing us on YouTube and those in attendance with us here today. Thank you for allowing me to be here to share the Holiday Park Pre-Conference Principal Evaluation presentation. We're going to back up just. Want me to do it? See? Wrong way. To the beginning. Our theme is It's Grow Time. It's helping to drive everything that we're doing this year. As you can see on the back of the little journals that I shared with you, we are committed to growing towards proficiency as we grow in academic achievement, personal mindset, and instructional practices. I'll let you take a look at that. Throughout this presentation, I will be referring to the theme and how it will guide our integrated action plan. Okay, I got it that time, Damien. On this slide, you will see that I have listed the district and governing board goals and the principles that Holiday Park has committed to focusing on throughout the year. They really align beautifully. The first goal is to maximize academic achievement and global readiness for all scholars. This is Principle 2, Effective Teachers and Instruction. The second goal is to promote social, emotional learning and equity to ensure scholar success. Principle 5, Conditions, Climate, and Culture. And the third goal is to promote family engagement and showcase excellence. Principle 6, Family and Community Engagement. Here is our 2021-22 data. Winter CBAS data showed that we were not rigorous enough in our questions on our common formative assessments. You will notice the CBAS data just outside the column on the right. We addressed this by providing professional development on visible learning, and teachers began asking higher level questions and using metacognitive strategies in the classroom. Based on the changes that we made, we saw an increase, a percentage passing on the AASA in relationship to our winter CBAS data, with the exception of our 5th grade math. We use this data to help set our SMART goals for the 22-23 school year. As you can see from this data, this is our Ames Web data, we have many students in the high risk category. And our focus this year is to reduce those numbers and increase the number of students in the low risk category. On the next slide, I will share our SMART goals and how we will be growing towards proficiency. This is the fall data. We anticipate that these numbers will be much higher, and we expect them to increase significantly. All right, so I won't go over the SMART goals, but I want you to know that we went over these in the meeting with, I went over these with Dr. Lawler and Ms. Lopez, and we set our SMART goals based on our first CBAS and fall Ames Web data. In December, we will determine where we are, and we're going to adjust as needed, and we hope that we're going to adjust up. We are expecting them to be much higher. Our focus has been on providing first best instruction to our scholars, giving common formative assessments that mirror the AASA and CBAS questions, and tracking student progress on a weekly basis. Actually, day to day, and then assessments on Friday. The CFA data is entered into a spreadsheet. It's analyzed on a weekly basis by the teams, and then grade levels review this data and determine next steps. All right, we're going to be talking about this integrated action plan. Growing towards proficiency as we grow in academic achievement, personal mindset, and instructional practices. It just guides everything we do. In the next few slides, I will share our integrated action plan and the areas that our school will focus on this year. Here are the primary needs identified by our school community. I will be sharing each one of these principles with you individually and discuss how we plan to improve in these areas. And I talked a little bit about them at the beginning, how they're aligned to the district and board's goals. All right. For our primary need, Principle 2, Effective Teachers and Instruction, we have developed a comprehensive professional development plan to ensure that all of our staff receives evidence-based, rigorous, and relevant instruction. This includes time for collaboration, vertical articulation, creating common assessments, and data analysis. Teachers receive professional development, focusing on ensuring that every student has differentiated opportunities based on where they are academically, in addition to rigorous learning experiences for all of our scholars. And you can see some of the things that we do all the time. All right. On this slide, I've included our professional development plan and how we intend to grow in academic achievement, personal mindset, and instructional practices. Based on our integrated action plan and student data, we are focusing on social emotional learning and continuing our trauma-informed practices, visible learning through teacher clarity and metacognitive strategies, improving instructional practices in math, and differentiated and teacher-led professional development. All right, this slide shows our multi-tiered systems of support. All of our students receive first best instruction and differentiated interventions at their skill level every single day. Students with additional needs may receive targeted skill groups and additional intensive interventions. We follow the district guidelines in selecting intensive literacy programs that align with the needs of every scholar. All right, the next slide will talk about our problem-solving team. We are very proud of our problem-solving team and the work that they do. We have systems in place to ensure that any child that is struggling receives support and instruction at their own level. I promise that's not what the slide looked like earlier. It's funny how they change when you do a PDF or a download. Oh, good. Well, it used to be columns. There are two ways to call a PST meeting. If a teacher identifies that the student is struggling on our 45-day screener in any academic or behavioral area, they are automatically sent to the PST team. Teachers also can call a meeting if they have any academic or behavior concerns at any time throughout the year, and we keep that on our Google Calendar. And this is our problem-solving process. Once that student's brought to us, this is what we do. All right, the PST team works with teachers to determine the problem or identify the goal. They analyze the problem and then create an intervention plan for each student. The teacher implements interventions, monitors the student's progress, and then brings that data back to the team at a later date. The data is analyzed and the interventions are evaluated. The team collaborates and determines next steps. It is the responsibility of the entire staff, not by chance, to identify students in need of further interventions. All right, this is part of my favorite one, the conditions, climate, and culture. This is Principle 5, and we are moving towards having high expectations for learning for all students based on discipline data, staff feedback, and the completion of the comprehensive needs assessment for the integrated action plan. This list includes many structures that we have in place to promote a positive culture and climate for learning. Boys Town and PBIS, which we talked about that earlier, support positive behavior choices and promote strategies for student regulation. We also have restorative practices in place so that all interactions related to behavior are focused on teaching and reflection. This is one of my favorite slides because it really highlights all of the things that we do for our students. And I know this is district-wide. This is not just Holiday Park. This roadmap shows all the SEL initiatives and behavioral support that we currently have at Holiday Park related to the safe and caring, well-managed school environment. We are committed to maintaining all of the supports as we know that they have a huge impact on the school community. And I promised Dr. Lawler that I would not let the trauma-informed piece ever go away. So, with that, it's part of what we do. All right, our PBIS team's work. We are focusing on improving our implementation of PBIS, the positive behavior intervention systems and supports, as we strive to become proficient in these practices. We still are working on it every day. Our PBIS team is committed to attending more rigorous training and supporting the staff with continued implementation. The behavior flow chart, which I have highlighted here, you're welcome to look at it at any time. It was shared with the scholars, parents, and teachers, and all interventions are focused on providing replacement behaviors. All right, Principle 6, family and community engagement, was one of our primary needs as well. It's interesting because Holiday Park has such a great culture and climate, but it still comes up as a need for us, and I think it's just because we want to get better and better all the time. So we keep adding it as one of our areas. We are focused on creating collaborative partnerships with families and community members to promote student learning, parental involvement, and student goal setting. As you can see from this list, our families are very involved and love to attend our events. We are working on engaging our parents in learning that translates to increased student achievement. We are planning on offering math classes to our parents so that they can support their children at home. In addition, we are offering English classes and providing family literacy events. All right, team back there, I promised 10 minutes. They said, how fast can you do it? Oh, I'm just kidding. All right, finally, I'm excited to share some information about our Developing the Whole Child After School program. We have high student interest and participation. We couldn't do it without the teacher and community buy-in. Parents have been so supportive and appreciate the opportunity for students to choose their own learning. Some clubs are based on academic needs, and others are interest-based. Clubs such as reading and math, gardening, math board games, sports, STEM learning, soccer, volleyball, Japan Club, and much, much more are available. This year, we are excited to be adding cheerleading to our 5th and 6th grade. I know, they're so excited. This picture shows students participating in our coding club. All right, I would like to end with our motto: empower, persevere, overcome, and it's grow time. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Before we get the questions, I hope it's okay, Board President, I'd like to introduce Jennifer's parents, and I know they got to go. And so I just want to publicly announce if our parents will still, Jennifer's parents will stand up. Raul Sarmiento and Cinia Linares. What a wonderful, wonderful young lady. You know? Thank you so much. And we don't always stay here this late, but you never tell the other scholars on our group that they don't have to stay this late. But I thank you so much. Muchas gracias por todo. Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Gunsley, for your wonderful presentation. I love the decoration. It's like really nice.
Thank you.
And I do agree, like with the after-school clubs. I think they're like a wonderful idea. At Castro, we have them, and like I'm really glad we do, because it's a way for like students to like, instead of like sometimes like when students go home, they have like nothing to do, and they just spend their time either on like phones or like and like doing just nothing. And I think that when like scholars get like the opportunity like to maybe like stay at school longer to like find interest and like practice, maybe they like need to work on something, I think like that's like a great idea. And it's like a way for like students to like spend their time doing something productive and for like their future or for them like themselves in general. I think that's like really nice. And like the whole sports thing, I really love that, because when I like think of sports like at my school, it's only like the ones who like are really good. They're the ones who get to be in the team. And I think that if we had like clubs, like sport clubs to like practice, it's a way for everybody to like learn, because maybe like not many kids like are really interested in soccer, basketball, volleyball, and they don't have the money for like other like classes like outside of school. And I think like a club to like help them like maybe like experiment and like understand to like see what they're really into, it's like a great idea. And like I just really love how you like handle all that stuff. It's like really wonderful and like nice. So, like,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that will conclude our time with our scholar for the evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for being here. It's been awesome. You can have it if you want it. I know, but your dad's got to go to work. Do you want water?
I think they're amazing. I really appreciate them all. Even if I don't know, they're wonderful.
Before I go, can I recognize Angela Harris, Holiday Park's parent and the PAC president?
Yay, Miss Harris. She didn't think we knew who she was, but of course we do. Thank you, Miss Kunsley. That was amazing. Any questions or comments for Miss? Is it Kunsley or Kensley?
Kinsley.
Kensley.
That's okay.
All these years.
It
I'm
takes
so
a little
sorry.
while for the staff to get it, but they have it.
Any questions or comments? All right. Okay, I knew it. Go ahead, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, those in the audience and those watching. I've always been interested ever since my daughter was in middle school, because we've been talking about the interventions, and I'll ask once again every year that we take another stab, at addressing our scholars' needs. We have another tiered, multi-level, comprehensive strategy to addressing. I think I see it more comprehensive than ever, I guess. I don't know if it's in the explanation that they're providing more information, but I'm seeing a lot more nutritional, I'm going to say. So I'll ask again, how is this different, I think, than previous ones? I see more information that helps me understand more detailed, like what's being done. What's different than past tiers and levels of intervention that have taken place in the past.
All right, President Hernandez, Governing Board, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, Executive Team. I think Jennifer left. Those in attendance here and all those on YouTube. I think that part of it is we are able to analyze a little bit better where the students are at. We have lots of ways to figure out where they're at academically and try to target that specific skill that they're missing and the deficit that they have. And then we have wonderful resources that we can use and amazing staff, our certified and classified ESPs, to help with those interventions. But I do believe it has to do with finding out what they're missing and being very specific on what we're targeting for that skill.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. All right, seeing no additional comments or questions, I think Jennifer said it all. And Ms. Hernandez, thank you so much. Your presentation was awesome. Thank you.
Just a couple things before I conclude very quickly. Thank you to Principal Chandler, Sunset School, for the amazing T-shirt. Congratulations to Borman School. I know you don't have a counselor yet, but we're working on it. But you were the recipients of $1,000 from the College Football Playoffs Foundation this past weekend. Thank you, Director Dan and Emily, for going out to ASU and accepting the award on behalf of Borman. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Victor Hugo, Alma, and our entire PR team. We went to a wonderful event at La Mesa RV, 50-year anniversary, and they celebrated by celebrating their district. We are La Mesa's school district, and it's the first time that they reached out to us as a community partner, and they gave us a ton of brand new scholar supplies, like bins of it, and they handed us a check for $10,000 and did more collection for a total of $11,180. And so we're just very thankful to them. So thank you again. That concludes my update.
All right, thank you, Dr. Aguilar-Lawler. With that, we are going to move on to our next item, which is our J, other information and discussion items. The first item is our district art display for September. All right. Our school is Glenelg Downs Social Science Academy. Our teacher is Kelly Freeman. The title is Oil Pastels Animals with Texture. 6th, 7th, and 8th grades participated, and our principal is Miss Vivian Nash. The art being described is currently on your right in the back of the boardroom. Beautiful display. And our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade artists explored the style of John Michael Basquiat. Using mixed media, they created a self-portrait. We looked at what influenced Basquiat's work when Creating Ours, Politics and Pop Culture, Cultural Dichotomies. First, scholars use a pencil to draw their face using their non-dominant hand. This was loosely outlined with oil pastel. This was cut out, cut up, and glued to another sheet. The background required colors, lines, and minimal negative space. And they did an incredible job. The description couldn't possibly truly explain what's really happening back there. It's incredible. Thank you. Our next display is actually outside of the boardroom when you're walking in. Probably one of the first things that you see coming into the district. And this one is from Peralta Elementary School. Our teacher is Allison Pang. The title is Line Tarantulas with 3D Components. Second and third grades participated. And our principal is Christine Ramirez. Second and third grade scholars practice drawing lines around a round shape as well as drawing lines in a horizontal direction. They also came up with a theme for their tarantulas, which is how they base their colors. Finally, they cut and glued cut pipe cleaners to make the lakes 3D. And again, another wonderful display of how creative our scholars here are in Cartwright. Our next and last display, but definitely not the least, is right over here, to your left, my right of the boardroom, and is a magnificent display. This one is Justine Spitolny STEAM School. Our teacher is Amanda Duncan. The title is Watercolor Owls, and 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grades participated in this one. And our principal is Janet Hecht. Scholars created a watercolor owl with an emphasis on texture in their feathers. Scholars show texture by using line patterns to create the illusion of how feathers individually sit together to create the owl's plumage. Scholars were encouraged to be unique in their creativity and add their own personal touch to their owls. They definitely did an amazing job, and their personal touches are very well identified in the owls. Great job. Thank you. It's one of my favorite parts of our monthly meeting. Well, we do 2 a month. But yeah, they are. Definitely one of my favorite things to do on a monthly basis. And I'll say it again. If they started selling their art, they'd make a fancy profit. But I'm sure they want to keep it. All right, so our next item is presented by Jeff Stratman. First reading for discussion and information regarding Arizona School Boards Association, ASBA, Policy Advisory 717-736, Volume 34, Number 32. Jeff, you have the floor.
Yes, it's working. That may be unfortunate at this point to give me the microphone again. So now I'll try to keep this really brief. This is a lengthy policy advisory that is here for first reading this evening. So I would invite, rather than going into great detail, if anybody has any individual questions or concerns when you have time to kind of mull this over, you can feel free to reach out to me. But the extent of these policy advisories are all related to this past legislative session, and the changes that came out of that legislative session are related to K-12 public education bills in the state of Arizona. So most of the policy advisories that came out from ASBA, we are recommending be accepted and approved in their entirety. Almost. There are a few we changed just a little bit after administrative discussion on these, which we did take a deep dive into these and the legislative changes and how they related to our current policies. So these are the recommendations that I've made that have been reviewed with the leadership team as to how we should make changes recommended by ASBA out of this most recent legislative session.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
I don't see any questions, so we are free to move on. Moving on to item 3, which is our first reading for discussion and information regarding proposed revision to Arizona School Board Association ASBA policy, GCCB, professional support staff, personal emergency, religious leave. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Again, these were not specific ASBA policy recommendations because the policies they pertain to were our own Cartwright policies, but these are related to bills that came out of the last legislative session, and most directly the bills that preclude us from requiring masks in our school buildings any further. So we had some specific policies that did have mask mandates that required students and visitors and staff members and so forth to come. We do still highly recommend following CDC guidance and quarantine procedures, and we have those mitigation procedures still in place. But this just removes the actual requirement, the mandate that you have to wear a mask. So this is a change to those policies, which are now contrary to the Arizona law that came out of this last legislative session.
Thank you, Jeff. All right. Doesn't look like we have any questions or comments on that one either. We are now moving on to item 4, which is our information on revision of policy regulations GBGB-R, staff personal security and safety. Oh, sorry, this is presented by Jeff Stratman. Information on revision of policy regulations GBGB-R, staff personal security and safety, JICA-RB student dress, KIRA visitors to school, and KIRB visitors to school. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Aguilar-Lawler. These two are related to the mask mandate to revise the policies related to the Arizona law that came out that says you now cannot require a mandate in our public schools.
Thank you, Jeff. One more time. Moving on to item 5, also presented by Jeff Stratman. Information on revision of policy regulation GBGD-R, workers' compensation, and exhibit GBGD-EA. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember what all these are myself. Sorry. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, this policy is related to our procedure for reporting workplace injuries. So a couple things that we're changing up here procedurally is how these get reported. So it's really just a cleanup of language when a workplace injury happens and how that gets reported. And then the primary thing with this is the attached exhibit. We're adding the attached exhibit, which is actually supposed to be filled out by the supervisor involved where the incident happened. So for instance, at a school site, that would be the site principal who would be ultimately responsible for filling out this form. Might be filled out by his or her secretary, type administrative assistant type person, but the principal would be the responsible person to make sure this gets filled out. Those then come to, as a central repository, what we changed in some of the language in the regulation, they would come directly to the superintendent, but we have a risk manager. So these come directly to the risk manager and are reported to the Alliance for potential workers' comp coverage when those workplace injuries happen. So it's really just a cleanup and an addition of a form to help us procedurally on how we document these incidents and how they get reported.
Thank you, Mr. Stratman. I don't believe we have any questions or comments on this one either, so we are going to move right on into item 6, which is presented by Ms. Abathia, and this is her update on ASBA political agenda and delegate assembly. Oh, the fun you will be reporting.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam President, fellow board members, Dr. Lawler, executive team, and all those in attendance. I would like to comment first that last year was my first time attending the delegate assembly, and I remember President Hernandez and Ms. Garcia being there and like texting me the entire time, like go up and say something, and I was so scared. This time I wasn't. I was like really ready to like fight back and say stuff, but it wasn't that exciting. It really wasn't. No, I'm glad, and the fact of like I am pregnant, and I was like, oh, man, the food here is not good, and I really don't want to be here this morning. But it was not as exciting. There wasn't really the drama, which, you know, I'm Mexican, so I can live for that. But there was not a lot of that. So it went by very smoothly. All of the things that were on the agenda were pretty much passed without any like negative comments. So I'm just gonna go by like through the section of like what was in red. I'm not going to go through everything. So for the first one is adequately and equitably fund district schools at least the national median per pupil funding. So this really just touched on making sure that we're continuing to help with teacher pay in Arizona. I'm sorry. And for those that don't know, like what the delegate assembly is, basically the best way that I can summarize it is it's a way for Chris Cotterman to go in and advocate for public schools through ASBA and making sure that the legislator is following certain policies that that ASBA and its members put forward. So a lot of it is very summarized, and Chris Cotterman is amazing. He's a policy director with ASBA, and he does a lot of work making sure school board members are educated in what's going on. So I trust that he knows what he's doing is when everything is summarized in like a very vague way. But yeah, really just making sure that the teacher, that we're fighting for teacher pay and to continue to better it so that way we have better competition here in Arizona. In the third one, we added, instead of moderize, we basically changed it to amend the constitutional aggregated expenditure limit to reflect current education funding levels and prioritize via legislative referral to the voters. So they really wanted to make sure that ASBA is advocating to get rid of the aggregated expenditure limit. So there's that big focus for them, along with continuing to advocate for Prop 301 funding to make sure that it continues to go towards K through 12 schools and nothing else. In the second section, preserve and strengthen local control. Our second part of it got passed without any issue. I think I lost a page. Sorry. Yeah, our second one got passed with no issue, which was about bonds and overrides. There was really no discussion. People just kind of approved it and moved on, which was great. Number 7 was they were striking out support policy that eliminates the use of corporal punishment and a zero tolerance disciplinary policies in Arizona schools. We did have conversation on this, but it was mostly school districts across Arizona understanding the importance of why we don't want to follow corporal punishments and having a zero tolerance policy. So it was really nice to see that some districts that maybe we wouldn't expect are in support of this. Same thing with number 9. We didn't have any pushback, which was just making sure that locally elected school boards are being able to approve of curriculum. And number 10 was about CTED boards. I wasn't aware of this. Currently, people who run for the CTED boards, which is like schools like Metro Tech, but they're specific to their districts that are like that, they currently have to seek out a required signature amount that's usually higher than people running for state house and state senate. So people who are running for, in like bigger areas, who are running for higher office typically go out and collect about 1,000 signatures. These people who are seeking these board positions are going out and collecting like 5,000 signatures. So basically it's just requiring that they be on the same qualification level as school board members and across the county. Sorry, across the state. For number 3, improve outcomes for all students. Which one was this one? All of the ones in here passed. They were really just striking language that just didn't make any sense. The number 6, this was to defend against efforts to limit the free speech of school employees. I really thought that this one and number 8, which is support policy that protects school district employees and students from discrimination, including on the bias of sexual orientation and gender identity. I really thought that they were going to have a lot of pushback, but nobody went up and said anything negative, which was pretty amazing, because there's some areas that last year I was like, wow, this is the amount of comments and the necessary feedback that they have to give towards, students and staff members. It just seems like why be a part of something if that's how you really feel? But this year it seemed that most board people were really supportive of making sure that these things were getting passed through ASBA. Number 5, or section 5, was actually an added into the it's an added section, sorry. It says Arizona rural and remote schools. Everybody was in strong support of this. We really didn't have any negative discussion, just conversation of why it was important to add in these sections, mostly because we're starting to see issues for remote areas as regards to access to internet. Being able to transport kids to and from school. A lot of rural areas were having issues during COVID when it came to meals. So knowing some districts and the issues that they were having at that time compared to our school district, being able to provide those things and find resources really quickly for those things, this was really great to see ASBA kind of step forward and make sure that those rural areas were being represented and those tribal nations were also being represented, because I think the tribal nations were definitely pushed down at the bottom of the list of these issues, and so it was really being addressed by this, and I think a lot of people were really excited to see this section added on, along with section 6, which was school safety and security. So number 3 and number 4 were both added. Originally, we had a lot of discussion about combining these two together, which number 3 is Arizona school boards call upon all state, federal, tribal, and local officials to address the causes of increased violence and self-harm at K through 12 schools. And then number 4, Arizona school boards call upon all state, federal, tribal, and local officials to address the causes of increased gun violence directed at K through 12 schools. So everybody was in very strong support of this. We did have people that wanted to combine it, and I think that was our biggest issue throughout this entire assembly, was just these two things are two separate conversations in itself when we're talking about self-harm and gun violence. We did change some language, which I tried to find that with ASBA, but I don't think it was uploaded yet, of like the new the new language that was added here. But essentially, it stayed the same, and the delegate assembly just pretty much passed it and made sure that ASBA is really advocating for these things. And I think ASBA was really adamant about making sure that and informing us of why these two things were separate, because of the issues that we're seeing. And people were trying to correlate self-harm with gun violence, and a lot of the time it's actually two different things. Depending on, some people hear different things in the news, but when you really break it down through mental health, they really are two separate things. And so ASBA really wanted to make sure that there were separate areas that were being addressed. And that was pretty much it. It was a pretty fast, simple process. So any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Abathia. It sounds like it was a great process. Thank you for sharing that with us.
It was nice.
No drama, no chisme.
No, unfortunately not.
It would be the time that Ms. Abathia went by herself.
Yes. Again, last
You
time
must have
there
brought
was
it with you.
There was somebody that was there that was just going up and saying all of the wrong things. So many different board members were about to get in fights, and it was crazy. I was like, wow, this is. Yeah, I was like, man, we're still in Maryville. What's going on? And it's in Scottsdale. Yeah, I know. But this time it was not that. It was a very peaceful. I think the most irritating part of the entire thing were people were agreeing too much that the conversation just kept going, and we had to call to question a lot of the time, but just to make sure the conversation stopped. But it was a really easy process. Highly recommend if anybody ever gets a chance to do it. Yeah. Don't recommend doing it pregnant, though, because that wasn't fun. But, yeah, other than that, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Abathia. That was awesome. And luckily it went smooth, so you didn't spend as much time there. Okay. Good to hear. All right, so I'm going to keep mine as short as possible, although this is my favorite thing. So here goes my timer. I've got 1 minute. All right. Item 8.7, Board President, update 8th grade kickoff event. What can I say? I don't know, the air horn. It was amazing. It's my favorite event of the entire year. I'm sorry, it is. I love the 8th graders. Next time we need to get the t-shirt cannon prep the day before. I offered to come in and work on that because I want to be able to shoot it or throw t-shirts because it's just my favorite thing. And the students get super excited. The other thing, one thing I was super surprised about is that when I was announced, they actually clapped like crazy for me, and I was like, oh my God, they really like me. And my daughter was in the audience, so that was pretty awesome. Okay, so Anthony Robles, he aced it, as always. He will always be our top keynote, and our scholars absolutely love him. Our VIPs, they were absolutely incredible to spend time with. You can tell that the principals were all very intentional about their choices, and it was great to spend time just kind of observing, listening to their questions, seeing how patient Anthony Robles is with our scholars, and they all get to touch and view and pass around his championship ring, which is ginormous. So just the trust that he has with our scholars to do that. Some people, I don't know, they may not be willing to let them do that. So they also got a signed autographed book from him. They asked amazing questions. And what else? I'm sorry, I ran over my minute. I do secretly wish, but I'm telling you all now, that I could be an MC at the 8th grade kickoff because I just think it's the best thing. Thank you for letting me have a speech and shoot the t-shirt cannon. Shout out, Damien. That was amazing. Michael Clark for taking over, shooting the t-shirt cannon. I think I need to apologize to Ms. Tamayo, Principal Tamayo, because I think the first shot might have hit her, and so I apologize. That was not my intention. I apologize, Ms. Tamayo. And that's it. It was amazing. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who participated. I can't wait till the next one. It went and it landed, and I was so shocked that I couldn't even, I closed my eyes. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. I felt crap the whole rest of the thing because I really thought I hit you, and I just was, it was terrible. Thank you. That will conclude my update. 8th grade kickoff is the absolute best. Go ahead, Mr. Lopez. Oh, sorry. The next item, which Mr. Lopez is waiting for, is a request for future agenda items as information and discussion at a future governing board meeting. 30 seconds to make the minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, fellow board members, executive team, and those in the audience. I would like to see if I know I connected Dr. Perez and Deputy Superintendent Emahadegi to a community organization called Seropath, which is a mental health full circle that provides services to our students, not only in school, but also at home. It's a full circle. I think it goes hand in hand with SEL. It doesn't have a cost to us as a district. So I'm hoping that, now the staff can explore the possibilities of bringing that on. And then secondly, for future agenda items, revising policies. I know we haven't done this in a while, and I can email it. It's just one, but it has multiple on it, which is the bullying policy on JICK, and then there is JICK-R-EA and -EB. I was reviewing those prior to the meeting and during the meeting at times, and I know they're long, and it has to do with discipline and student suspension and bullying, and I know we briefly touched on it with Dr. Perez as well. Not sharing many details, but based on what we have seen, the trends in the community and the trends of with some of our scholars, I would like to see if we can revise that. I'll definitely provide some of my feedback and my input once we bring it back. I guess to me the biggest piece and the biggest takeaway is that unless I missed it, and Mr. Stratman, we can follow up after, is I would like to see the parents involved when the incident happens or when the student returns back to school. I don't know if I missed it throughout the policy, and I also know that it references dozens of other policies when you look at that policy. So I'll follow up with you, sir, to see if maybe what I'm thinking is already on another policy, but we can bring it back at a future board meeting. It doesn't have to be right the next. And so those are the only two items that I have right now. Thank you. Just those two.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. All right, so we're moving on to item K, which is our announcement of future meeting date and other routine information concerning the governing board.
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
Just before moving forward, I have a request regarding a future agenda item, and I'd like to preface my request with the following, just in the spirit and along the lines of a healthy discussion. And before I make this, I thought about this because it's an item that we've already discussed, voted on, but due to the attention around it and the conversation, in light of the conversation that we had earlier, there's an opportunity for clarification in processes and how the board comes across their decision making, I guess. What I'd like to request is to schedule in a future agenda item regarding the FSC contract.
The SFE contract?
That we have, the food service, because we have, I think maybe we might have addressed it on 2 different occasions on the agenda. Like any other issue, we've addressed it. We had an opportunity for questions. I'm always asking for, and I believe there were some concerns, and I think if I'm getting the right meeting, there were some concerns via YouTube. I think we had callers or one, but we addressed it and we moved forward. But in light of that conversation, if there's a willingness, I don't know, on behalf of the board, to have a discussion, an open discussion about as to why the rationale, how we arrived at it, for an informational basis. I don't know what to call it or what, but in that spirit.
Thank you for the request, Ms. Hernandez. I just need some clarification. Would that be a discussion that's open? Would that be a discussion that is best managed open to the public, or an executive session for the board to discuss deeper details? What is our best plan of action?
Thank you, Madam President and Ms. Hernandez, for your question. Members, other members of the board. If the request is just for informational purposes, what was the rationale for moving to an outside vendor to help with food management, those kinds of things, to kind of reiterate why that decision and recommendation was made? That could and should happen in public discussion as probably an information or discussion item. If the request is a deeper dive into the contractual relationship and what options are there currently in the contractual relationship, that would be legal advice from the lawyer in executive session.
Madam President, fellow board members, just to explain as to why, I'd like to have an open discussion regarding the first. However, if the board, after that discussion, would like to continue, with an executive session for legal advice, and that's something else. But my recommendation is to have an open discussion so we can discuss it, how we arrive, similar to what we did today. I think it's important that our parents are engaged. If they're willing to come back, I would welcome them so we can have a discussion as to the rationale. And I think it has a lot to do with how it correlates to our budget. It's an informational session. If anybody chime in, if there's,
Sorry. Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Aguilar Lawler, fellow board members, executive team, and those in the audience. I think in the past we've had like a community hearing / informational piece of it too, but I think it'll be helpful to go to executive. I think if the board is willing, just so that we can have some of the other questions answered by the legal counsel. But I'm sure there's also going to be follow-up from our superintendent to the concerns that we heard today, and so maybe a combination of both.
Madam President, Dr. Lawler, my thought process was just to have this conversation openly. We've had it. I'm not alluding or stating that we didn't have it publicly. We did. I want to have an opportunity to have an open discussion once again, so we explain and we have clarity. And if there's any questions or anything, this did take place, and that's the issue that I had about bringing it forward. But I'm willing to bring it forward for that discussion so we can have it. Now, the board deems has any follow-up questions, we can do so with our attorney.
So just so what I'm thinking is that you're requesting a study session probably, and that would be before or after a board meeting. I know our next board meeting is a celebration meeting. We're looking at potentially having a grand opening for one of our gyms. So I don't know if we'd be able to do a study session at the next meeting, but we certainly can look at the agenda down the line to see what works. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aguilar Lawler.
That's if it's the will of the board, not exactly.
Well, I don't think so. Just kidding. Totally joking. Of course. Did you want to make a comment? That was bad taste, but I was totally joking. I'm totally open to it. I do feel like we should have the ability to have an executive session because it's a thin line between the rationale why we did it, and we have our parent from our Parent Advisory Council here as well, and I know that she has spent time talking with the other liaisons and parent liaisons which would be nice to have her speak to, so it would be good to have it in the open public. The only thing is we need to be very mindful that when we do our study session, we stay within the realm of the study session, and then we have the ability to go into executive session. So we'll set it like that, if that's the will of the board, because there may be things that we want to know that we can't discuss publicly, or questions that we have so that we can get a better understanding. Similar to the caucus for CEA, there's, we do part of it in the public and then you caucus, same thing. We may want to know additional details, so as long as we have that option available, I'm totally open to it. So let's do Ms. Abathia.
It's just a quick question. Would that be like having the study session and then after the study session going into executive session that same night? Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to, for my.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just so you know, if you could read the board bulletin on Friday, our team will share all the things that we've already been doing so that you have some background. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a comment? No?
Go
ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Aguilar-Lawler, fellow board members, executive team. I did. I think that setting is ideal and perfect in terms of the transparency and to have the open discussion, but I think at some point we do have to go to executive and figure things out. And I think it's only fair to the public that we do the public piece and then we can go back and do our thing. And then come back to the public meeting after that.
Yep.
And I would just reiterate that now it really did go up. My reason is because of the conversation that, in light of what we had today, I'd really like to see that happen. It's unfortunate that we did not have that presence and level of advocacy when we were discussing it, because I did, and I will. What was I asked to do? Contact the superintendent and ask my questions, and there were some staff members that I did so. And so I would like to share how, that conversation, how it went. But I think it's a good opportunity so that, and you could, chime in and provide whatever's been done in the interim.
All right. All we need is to do our thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways if we're indifferent. All right. It be the will of the board. We shall see that at a future meeting. Great conversation, I'm sure. And we'll be able to get more of our public involved as well. So thank you, Ms. Hernandez. We are looking forward to that. Moving on to item item K. No, I'm so sorry. Item L. I apologize. My eyes are crossed. Item L is it K? Oh, that's right. I was stopped in the middle. Okay. Announcement of future meeting date and other routine information concerning the governing board. The next regular governing board meeting will be held on Thursday, October 20th, 2022 at 5 o'clock at Glenelg Downs Social Sciences Academy. Yay. We're going on tour. Item L, it's exciting. Item L is our adjournment. I'd like to make a motion for adjournment of the public hearing / regular governing board meeting for the Cartwright Elementary School District Governing Board, September 27th, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Motion made by myself, Marissa Hernandez, and a second by, we'll do Governing Board Vice President Lopez, only by a 0.001 second. We'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Hernandez, Governing Board Member, how do you vote? Aye. Thank you. Ms. Abathia, Governing Board Member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Pedro Lopez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. I vote aye as well. The motion carries to infinity and beyond. And it is now 9:46 and the meeting is adjourned. Everyone has been awesome. Thank you. Have a great night. Drive safe. We will miss you until the 20th.